clerk meeting, and it's the result of statute and the election that took place at the beginning of this month. And I'll talk a little bit about that as we go along, but first I would ask Sue to do a roll call, please.
Pat Berg.
Here.
Kurt Eckes.
Here.
Carrie Kaler.
Here.
John Crone.
Here.
Brenda Mamer.
Here.
Tom Muller.
Here.
Colin Niemeyer.
Here.
Louise Schutz.
Here.
Lynn Zentner. Here.
Thank you. Would you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In accordance with state statute, the 3 elected board members for the term that begins with essentially the 2003-2004 school year, finishing up now, have to come into the school district office and take an oath, which is signed and notarized prior to last Friday, prior to April 25th. So all 3 of the new members have done that. But as a tradition and a formality in our district, we also do an oral oath at the beginning of this organizational meeting so that everybody has an opportunity to hear and see these individuals take an oath. So I'm going to ask those 3 individuals, John Crone, Pat Berg, and Colin Niemeyer, to stand. And I'm going to read a phrase and ask you to repeat after me, please. I, in your name, please.
I, Pat Berg,
Swear and affirm
swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin,
and will faithfully and impartially discharge
and will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Board of Education member
of Board of Education member
for the Merrill Area Common Public School District
for the Merrill Area Common Public School District
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you and congratulations. With that being done, the next segment of business is to elect a president of the board. In my narrative to the members of the board and anybody else that received a packet, I described the process that we go through that. For that, I will call for a nomination for president of the board. There may be a second. There need not be a second. A second is fine. I will call 3 times with unanswered calls, and that, in essence, closes the nominations. If there is more than 1 nomination, then we need a motion to close nominations, which must be seconded and approved by majority response, and then we have paper ballots to be distributed. If there is just 1 nomination after 3 unanswered calls, a member of the body may make a motion to cast a unanimous ballot for that single nominee, and there needs to be a second for that, and then there is an oral vote, ayes versus nays, to determine success of that nomination. When the action for the president is completed, that individual takes over the remaining call for nominations for vice president, for clerk, and for treasurer. Okay? So at this time, the floor is open for nominations for president. Carrie.
I will nominate Pat Berg for president of the school board.
Carrie Kaler has nominated Pat Berg for president of the school board. Is there another nomination? Colin.
I'd like to nominate Kurt Eckes for president of the school board.
Colin nominates Kurt Eckes for president of the school board. Is there another nomination? Is there another nomination? Is there another nomination? Hearing 3 unanswered calls, I need a motion to close nominations. Tom,
I would move to close nominations at this time.
and a second for that motion. Brenda? A motion has been made and seconded to close nominations for the office of president, with those nominations being Pat Berg and Kurt Eckes. All those in favor of closing nominations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Hearing all ayes, preponderance of ayes, the motion passes. And we will pass ballots around. These ballots have the names of all 9 board members on the ballot. Please circle your choice on that ballot, fold it in half once. I will come around behind you and collect the ballots. Stand by, please. I love the suspense. Okay, we'll mix these up a little bit. And Sue and I will poll the ballots. We have 1 vote for Kurt Eckes. We have a second vote for Kurt Eckes. We have a vote for Patricia Berg. We have a vote for Patricia Berg. Right. We have a vote for Patricia Berg. We have a vote for Patricia Berg. We have a vote for Kurt Eckes. We have a vote for Patricia Berg. And we have a vote for Patricia Berg. Sue, the tally is?
6 for Patricia Berg, 3 for Kurt Eckes.
Congratulations, Pat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt, for participating in the vote, being a candidate. And at this point, I will turn the gavel over to Pat to continue.
Thank you all. The next office to be nominated is the office of Vice President. Do I have a nomination for Vice President? Louise.
I would nominate Lynn Zentner.
Thank you. Do I have a nomination for Vice President? Colin.
I'd like to nominate John Crone for vice president.
Do I have a nomination for Vice President? Do I have any more nominations for Vice President? Do I have any more nominations for Vice President? Hearing none? Oh, Tom. Sorry.
I would move to close nominations at this time.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Carrie.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion has been made to close nominations. We have John and Lynn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay. Anyone abstaining? Nominations are closed. We will be voting by ballot for John Crone or Lynn Zentner. Please circle one name.
Okay. Polling of the ballots. Lynn Zentner. Lynn Lynn Zentner. Lynn Zentner. John Crone. Lynn Zentner. John Crone. Lynn Zentner. John Crone. And Lynn Zentner.
6 for Lynn Zentner, 3 for John Crone.
Congratulations, Lynn. Thank you, John, for participating.
The next office for nomination is that of clerk. Do I hear a nomination for clerk? Lynn?
I nominate Louise Schatz.
Thank you. Do I hear another nomination for clerk? Do I hear another nomination for clerk? Do I hear another nomination for clerk? Tom?
I would move to close nominations at this time and have a unanimous vote for the nominee.
Okay, there is a motion to have a unanimous vote for Louise and close nominations. Do I have a second to that motion? Brenda?
Second that.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, nay? Anyone abstaining? Thank you, Louise. Congratulations. Next office is the office of treasurer. Do I have a nomination for treasurer? Kurt?
I'll nominate Tom Mull.
Thank you.
I'll get you for that.
You did such a fine job, though.
Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Are there any other nominations for treasurer? Lynn?
I move to close the nominations and cast a unanimous ballot for Tom Muller for the position of treasurer.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that motion? Louise?
I would second that.
Thank you. There is a motion to close nominations and cast a unanimous ballot for Tom Muller. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay. Anyone abstaining?
Abstain. I did something to oppose.
Thank you, Tom. That motion carries. Congratulations, Tom. Really pleasure meeting. And you have done a wonderful job, Louise, as well.
Just very briefly, a minor piece of humor for Pat Arndt. Because the officers have been elected and or re-elected in the fashion that they have, we do not have to re-sign the signature cards. Remember how much difficulty we had a year ago getting our name in the little dinky box? And we did it a half a dozen times, I think? Okay, so that saves us some effort and time also. So thank you on behalf of Pat, Sue, and I for dealing with that way.
Thank you. At this time, we are looking at presentation of plaques to departing board members. And I believe Jeff Peterson was not able to join us this evening, but Ron Boehm is here, and I would ask him if you would mind coming up to the front, please. Mr. Boehm. For your dedicated service to the Merrill Area Public Schools, all 6 years of it, you receive a plaque from the WASB and a certificate of commendation in recognition of your service to the children in Wisconsin public schools. And you indeed have been a wonderful board member to serve with.
Thank you.
Your wit will certainly be missed, and it will be very hard to replace. But also your dedication, because I know that you rarely missed a board meeting and you volunteered to do everything and you really love kids. So
Thank you. I'll accept this humbly, but I will say that I'm glad that you presented this to me instead of radio announcer Joel. Otherwise it would have been Ron Berg.
anyone that doesn't have an agenda that wishes to have one, there are some agendas on the corner of the table in the wooden box. At the conclusion of the open session, the board may adjourn into executive closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, paren 1, C and E, for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any staff, and for the purpose of deliberating or negotiating the purchase of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. The board may reconvene into open session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85, paren 2, if necessary, to act on considerations given during the executive session. At this point in time, we have public comments and agenda requests. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to make a public comment or an agenda request or floor privileges? I'm sorry, Linda. Lynn. Write letter.
My name's Lynn Geiger. I'm here this evening as a representative for the MESPA union. And the purpose is to return the letters that we received in our payroll checks on March 28th. MESPA would like you to be aware that this letter contained numerous incorrect statements. And if you are going to share information with our membership, we would greatly appreciate it if your facts and information was correct. MESPA has corrected the errors with a publication to our members. A copy of that publication is included with the letters. If you have any further questions, MESPA would be very happy to meet with you to clarify any other questions that you have. And I would also like to add at this time that there are several of these letters in this pack that do contain handwritten information on them from the membership. And if you would kindly take the time to read the personal comments, it would be very much appreciated. And I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. If you don't mind, I'll have Sue compile the comments and then we can all have a chance to read them. So thank you. Anyone else have comments? Ron?
As my last official thank you and hoorah, which I've always made it a habit at every meeting to thank some organization or group or individuals or whatever. Not to say that these are the least valuable, but that they are probably the most important to our district, and that's our janitorial staff. If we ever think about how much they do when nobody is around, and how much they clean up after all of our great activities that the students put on or that we provide for the students, it's just immeasurable the thank yous that we can give the janitorial staff. I know a lot of the staff and the community know they're there, but we just never realize the amount of things that they do accomplish when nobody else is around. So I would say that's a pretty good sign of a great worker when they get so much done without somebody watching them.
Thank you, Ron.
Do I need to get on the agenda to speak for item G7?
Yes.
I would
Could I
like
have
to do
you,
that.
could I have your name, please?
Barb McConnell.
Barb McConnell?
Yes.
Thank you, Barb. Is there anyone else that wishes to request floor privileges so we can make one motion? Yeah.
I'd like to speak under G also.
Okay. Your name, please.
Matt Leader.
Thank you, Matt. Lead. Anyone? Yeah.
Hi, Jean English. I would like to possibly address the item G10.
Thank you, Jean. Go.
Joe Fink, W5415 Hillside Drive, item G, please. And Mr. President, I'd like to also ask if there are other people in the hallway, could we use these chairs against the wall and bring
Certainly
some
can.
people in?
Certainly can. Thank you.
I wanted to sit down.
There's a couple of empty seats in the front as well for anyone that wants to come in and sit down. Anyone else requesting floor privileges tonight?
I don't know if I'm in the right place here or not. I want to speak about something on here, but it's not keeping a teaching position, except the fact of the elimination of driver ed. And just to mention that the fact of, you know, I'm ready realistically to go commercial or private, which would be better for me financially in terms of making money. However, retiring, and Bill Storm, who is retired and still teaching driver ed, you know, I guess we're willing to somehow, you know, keep something going, perhaps like before school or after school hours. So like a class of 7 o'clock to 8 in the morning, or 3:30 to 5:30, and doing behind the wheel as is now. I know we charge each student $125. We're reimbursed by the state $100 for every student that completes the program, which is $225. I think we put through last year about 177 students. And, you know, about 3 years ago, I believe we wanted to increase the fee to 150, and we couldn't do it because we would have made money. So I'm not sure why we're doing this, to be honest with you, you know, because it'd be, like I said, it'd be more better off for us financially to be commercial, except, you know, we're willing, Bill and I, to offer our services before and after school, if you guys decide you might want to keep something like that going for the kids at a lower cost. But that's up to you guys, and that's all I want to say. It was nice seeing all of you.
Thank you, Bob. Is there anyone else? Okay. Anyone else for floor privileges? Okay. I will add Diane McCauley's name to this list because she did call me and say she might not be able to make it, but had wished to address the board under item G. So I will add her name to floor privileges. Anyone else? Okay. Then I will look for a motion to grant floor privileges to Barb McConnell, Matt Leader, Jean English, Joe Fink, and Diane McCauley under item G on the agenda this evening. Would someone like to make that motion? Kurt?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Tom?
I would second that motion.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting floor privileges signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, nay? Anyone abstaining? Okay, those are granted. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to say anything under public comment this evening? Tom?
Two things. Trying to follow in my colleague, Mr. Bain's footsteps here, and those are huge shoes to fill. Ron, enjoyed you on the board. I would like to congratulate the staff and students at the Merrill High School for another very successful musical production. Put on Guys and Dolls, did an excellent job. Even the lousy weather and the cancellation the first night could not dim that performance. It was really nicely done. Another thing kind of along the same line I wanted to mention was a performance put on. Mr. Bjorklund and the Vocal Jays, along with a number of other musicians, were involved in presenting a Requiem Mass along with many other selections at the, I believe it's the Presbyterian Church right down the corner. It's a nice thing that was done for the community. It was a free concert and extremely well done, and I guess I'd really like to encourage the school doing things for the community like that, trying, as you said, to develop those kind of partnerships. And if you missed it on April 11th, it is on MP3, and it is certainly worth catching that. So I would certainly recommend it. And thank the people involved. Mr. Bjorklund, the members of the Presbyterian Church who allowed us to have that performance there, as well as several musicians, adult and students who performed.
Thank you, Tom. Louise?
I wanted to comment, and my comment is late because I forgot it the last meeting, but I wanted to comment about the circus at Midway School, and I think I was the only one here that got to see the circus, unless somebody went in the afternoon. But the fifth grade and the first grade together put on a circus. Every single student was involved in a circus act, and the main thing I want to comment about is how the teachers put it together. Every single student was doing a performance that they could succeed at, so that every single kid in the first grade and the fifth grade was a star that day. And they had gorgeous costumes, and they performed very well. And the fifth graders worked with the first graders, and they learned a tremendous amount. Their morning performance was for the whole rest of the school, so everybody benefited from that performance. And the teachers themselves put on an act together that was, you had to see it to believe it. The saddest thing about the circus is we have laid off the first grade teacher that organized that circus, and she did that after we had laid her off, which shows the character of the people that we have on our staff. She is a marvelous teacher.
Thank you, Louise. Anyone else? I guess before we leave, you know, we gave Ron a hand, but I see his wife is with him tonight, and I think for being the spouse of a school board member, we need to give his wife a hand. Okay, I see, it looks like neither of our student representatives was able to join us this evening, so.
Apparently not, and why don't we take this opportunity to have 5 board members slide down there and give yourself a little more room.
It's good around the corner a
Nestled
little.
in there.
There is an empty chair up here, and no, somebody wants to come in? Okay. The next item on the agenda is a presentation, and Mr. Harrington, would you like to introduce?
I'll start out with that. I'm going to ask Brian Fouts, Bruce Dubinsky, and Daryl Bixma to please come up to the table in front here. A year ago, Greg Coucha brought a program to us to talk about energy management and how we could better utilize our services and come into some contractual operations that would hopefully save us some money. And Brian's going to start out, and Bruce is going to pick up a couple of other pieces, and then Daryl, you're going to jump in at the end here, okay?
Should be enough to go around. We're here tonight to discuss Focus on Energy and what they've done for Merrill Public Schools. The papers you have in front of you are some projects that we've done in the past year that have given us some benefits in energy savings as well as cost savings. So I think what we'll do is just kind of go down the list there, and I'll just explain a little bit about each one. The Jefferson Elementary School is basically just an audit request. We're looking at the lighting in that gymnasium, and that's still kind of on a hold situation. So that's pretty much where that one's sitting. The high school, it says install vending misers, which is shutting the vending machines off during the course of the day when people are not in that area, and that saves us energy. And they start back up as soon as there is a motion that goes past those vending machines. That happened in the high school and also in the middle school. The middle school, we had roof insulation, which was a project cost of $3,100. The savings for that was $443. We had a boiler replacement last summer at the middle school. The project cost there was $163,000, and we had a savings of $16,000, $16,286. Those projects are something that we will be saving each year. It's not just a one-time thing, because when we have boilers like that that have taken the place of boilers that were built in the 50s, and they're much more energy efficient. So that's where the boiler project is for the middle school. Going down to number 4, the light bulb replacement. What we did was, in our buildings, we have some of these 300 watt, 200 watt incandescent bulbs that are taking up a lot of wattage, and we replaced them with the new 28 watt incandescent, and that savings was about $1,100. And that also is something that isn't just a one-time thing. That is something that's going to be used for years, you know, and their life expectancy is that much longer. So that's also a savings that we have there. Washington Elementary School, we had a roof insulation there, and the savings was $243. On the back page, Bruce is going to go through some of the things that we're looking at for this year as well as in the future for cost savings and energy savings.
I guess Brian has covered some of this already, but by working with Focus, we can recoup the initial investments for these projects. Some of them have a lot of upfront money, there's no doubt about it. But over time, with grants from Focus and our energy saving dollars, the money would come back to us, actually. Some of them that we're working on would be relighting some of our gymnasiums and our pool, which would result in a better light output than we have now for less energy. We're looking into motion sensors in many areas throughout the district to automatically turn off lights in areas that are not being used. I think some of you have been through areas at times, nobody's there and the lights are on. We're looking at heating upgrades at Maple Grove Elementary, which would improve the comfort and control of the building out there, and there's a potential for some major energy dollars there. And by fine-tuning our heating, ventilation, and air conditioning control systems, we can save energy and therefore save money every day.
So that's pretty much what's on that those two pieces of paper. Along with the energy savings, we've also been involved with a energy watchdog program, which is a internet-based site that all of our schools' monthly energy bills and kilowatt hours and everything are entered into that site, and we can do a comparison from year to year. We can also do a comparison from school to school depending upon size. So that's something that has actually been, in fact, probably about a year, 6 months to a year. And we're up to date on all the information up to this point. So those things we'll be looking at a little bit more in depth as summer comes along, and see if there's areas that we can improve on, or if there's a flag out there that says, well, how come we've got so much energy use here, then we can go back and take a look at why that happened. The other thing that we've been involved with, Bruce and I have been, is since January, we've been going to Chippewa Falls, and it's called, it's a building certification, building operator certification program, which once a month, we'll go over there and we'll talk about air handling units, we'll be talking about boilers, pumps, electrical, the whole aspect of maintenance. And when after each month, we have a project to do that we come back and go to our schools and do a project and bring it back to Focus on Energy. And then after we're completed with, our last one is in June, then we will be building operator certified. So that is something that has helped through Merrill and Focus on Energy. So other than that, I'd like to introduce Daryl Beeksman from Focus on Energy, and he will go through.
Mr. Harrington and Board, it's indeed a pleasure to be here this evening. I'd like to give you a little history of Focus on Energy. I'm an energy advisor, and Focus on Energy actually is, if you recall, the utilities collected dollars from your energy bills, and they still do. And they had their own conservation programs, and they used to disperse out lighting programs and boiler tune-ups and a whole bunch of things. The state, in its infinite wisdom, a couple of years ago decided that they would have a statewide program, and the umbrella name for that is Focus on Energy. And it does have a nice ring, and it does provide us with an umbrella name for the whole program. It does include all sectors of our population, the industrial, the commercial, residential, and also schools. And what really happened with the schools program, it was preceded by what was called We Too. It sounded like a welfare program, but it was really the Wisconsin Energy Initiative 2 program. And so 2 years ago, that got rolled in with Focus on Energy and was funded through that source. CSA 10 out of Chippewa Falls has contracted for the Focus on Energy for the state of Wisconsin for all schools. And there are 6 of us that work on the program, 3 out of Chippewa Falls, 1 out of Ashland, that is out of CSA 12 in Ashland. Nate's in Manitowoc. He actually works out of his home, and Lisa Pedersen also works out of Madison area. So, that's kind of how Focus on Energy got started. Now, what we provide to the schools, and we actually work with public schools, private schools, and also technical schools. In fact, I just came from St. John's Lutheran School and Church prior to this meeting. They're doing a project as well. What we can provide to Brian and Bruce is one, energy audits, in which we'll walk through a building and suggest a number of opportunities that you may want to look at. We do not do the engineering work, but basically define some opportunities that we can identify. I've been in the energy business since 1987, and you know, there's some things that are pretty obvious as you walk through. We also provide technical assistance, and I think helping schools calculate what savings are going to be so they can present them to you and your administration in a meaningful form is another service that we've provided that has been most helpful. Once you see the savings dollars and how to pay for it, how it's going to improve the situation in schools, does make a difference. We also have helped with assistance in finding funding to do conservation programs. There's a couple options. We do not have any funding sources ourselves, but for example, the lease purchase is an option that we have available. Some schools like to do that. The other one is training. I think the BOC is a good example of that. We also do a quarterly buildings and grounds meeting in which we find topics that are relevant to every school. I mean, they're not unique. They're the same as every school. So what we try to do is show these people, these attendees, that there are some opportunities that they have, and show them exactly how they can go back and be really productive in their own environment and find some opportunities to save energy. And the last but not least, and probably the most important, and the reason we're here tonight, is grants. And we have three types of grants. One is a service buy-down. It's like a tune-up of a boiler, tune-up of air conditioning system, those types of things. The other one is study grants, and it's kind of like an engineering one. And one of them that are going to talk about is the boilers that you're going to do. We're going to take a look at what some boiler options are, whether you should put in a standard boiler or an energy efficient boiler, whether you should buy a car that gets 10 miles to the gallon or whether you should buy one that gets 28 miles to the gallon. That's what we want to look at, to see if it makes sense. And the last one is an implementation grant. And once you decide to do a project, we have some, not a whole lot of funds, but some funds that are available to help you get you over the hurdle to actually make the installation of the new equipment. And then a lot of that, our advice is free. I think the one thing that one of my counterparts, Bob out of Ashland, has worked with, and he's actually a registered engineer. He's been spending a lot of time looking at controls for buildings. And so he has a unique ability to look at those and help our customers save a lot of energy just by tweaking some of the controls for the various buildings. And he's been down here a couple of times, and we've had a lot of fun with it, and he has enjoyed very much working with these two gentlemen. The nice part about it is my services are free. So that is the good part. The one part that I can't pass up is the opportunity to tell you how important building maintenance really is. I've been in approximately 150, 160 school buildings in the 2.5 years that I've been with the Focus program. You have millions of dollars worth of building, and it's just like your home or like a business downtown. They need maintenance. They also have extremely complex systems in them that interact between each other, and unfortunately they never break down in the summertime, or at least the boiler never breaks down in the summertime. So if you don't do that maintenance, what really happens is you don't end up with options to do look at some other alternatives or energy efficient alternatives. Sad but true, you need to do that ahead of time. So anyway, I guess my point is that, and fortunately it appears that your administration and your district has done very well in supporting your maintenance people in putting in, upgrading equipment on a regular basis, and I commend you for that. I think lastly, over the last year or so, I've had the opportunity to work with both Bruce and Brian, and also your boss, Greg. In fact, I'm a little disappointed he's not here. I'd like to give him a little static, but anyway, it really has been a privilege. And like I said, I've been in about 150, 60 buildings in the last couple of years, and I have to say that these two gentlemen rank at the top of the pile of people that I was associated with. And that's a real compliment to you. You need good, qualified people to work on your buildings, and that says a lot for you. Okay?
Thank you.
Do we have one last thing we have to do? Anything else? No. And the good part about my job is that you did a boiler project. And actually, the two roof projects that were done previous, we've already sent checks for those to you. Hopefully they've been spent wisely for more energy efficient things. But anyway, the boiler project at Prairie River was a rather large project. And if you've had a chance to go in there, you'll notice that you have a whole bunch of space left now for storage or for other things that I'm sure you guys will determine what usage should be. Those boilers are very inefficient, are very efficient. They're de-Dietrich boilers, and you also put in some really good water heating systems in there. So I guess it's my privilege to provide a check for $16,500 to the Merrill Area Public Schools.
Thank you.
I did bring some literature with. It's kind of general stuff. And if you just let me take it and pass it on and take a look at your leisure. If you have any questions, and truthfully, gang, for the audience as well, when you have those incandescent bulbs, the screw and fluorescence are about a quarter of the energy. They last about 10 times longer. So a lot of the things that we do at schools are very applicable at home as well. So turn down the thermostat, close the doors when the heating system's on, a number of things. So anyway, we have many things on the agenda, but thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for
We'll look forward to seeing you again next spring with another check.
I think we'll bite you before that.
say, that should be a requirement to be a presentation.
Yeah.
I like that. Thank you, Tom. Okay, if you flip over your agenda to the back side, the next item on the agenda is communications. Board President communications is first. I have just two brief things in my communication folder. One is a reminder that we were invited to a legislative breakfast on Monday, May 5th at the Arena, starting at 8:30, with a program from 9 to 10:30, and I believe everybody's already responded to Sue as to whether or not they are able to go. And I believe we signed you up, Rudy. Oh, thank you. Okay. And Lynn has to cancel, though, if you want to make a note of that. And then I think everybody probably got an invitation to the first grade annual pancake breakfast at Maple Grove, which will be Friday, May 9th at 9 a.m. And we need to reply by May 2nd. So that's always a lot of fun out there. Hopefully everybody can get a chance to go. I can't believe the crowd that they have out there, and they put on a great program. Then also under communications, I would like to make an announcement relative to our superintendent search. We have officially accepted the intent of to make a contract with the district from Dr. Sally Sarnstrom, who is currently the superintendent at Wisconsin Dells. Dr. Sarnstrom has been the Wisconsin Dells superintendent for 6 years. She has been with the Department of Public Instruction for 5 years before that, a superintendent in Mellon for 2 years, and she comes with 12 years of teaching experience. Everyone through all of the interview processes was very impressed with Dr. Sarnstrom. She's energetic, She's very grounded in policy. I think she will be a wonderful addition to the district. When she came to the Wisconsin Dells district 6 years ago, she came into a district that was really in flux and had a lot of problems, a lot of issues going on, and she has been able during that 6-year term to kind of turn that around, and the district now is doing very well. Everyone there we spoke to, we went to the Dells, we did a site visit, and everyone we spoke to had nothing but good things to say about her, very positive things. And she's very excited about coming to Merrill, so I hope that, I think she will be back and forth very often to the district before she actually starts her contract. But in fact, I think she's coming tomorrow.
Yes, she'll be here sometime in the
She
afternoon.
will be up here tomorrow. And she has introduced herself to everyone that she's seen in the hall or around, so I'm sure if you're around or she has a chance to go through the schools, that she'll stop and chat with you for a few minutes. So hopefully everyone will join us in welcoming Dr. Sundstrom to the district, and we look forward to a good relationship. This was a good interview process. I think it worked well. We had lots of feedback on it. We had 3 good candidates that we wound up with at the end. They were all had excellent qualities, and it was a difficult choice for the board to make. But I think Dr. Sundstrom will just be a good fit for Merrill. So, great.
I want to comment a little bit, and I made these comments to the administrators this morning, but they're intended for everybody in this room, in the community, and it's an admonishment, actually. And I know there's a lot of excitement when you get a new superintendent coming on board and everybody wants to know who it is and all of that. I've been in that position in a couple of different cases. And nothing that was done illegally in terms of talking about the individual or individuals. But professionally, it's really hard on that person's hide, or Sally's, and Don's, if you have an internal candidate, when there's a lot of speculation and public commentary about the individual before that individual actually signs a contract. I'm aware of cases where contracts have been offered and situations like this have evolved and the person said, no, thank you. I'm not sure I want to be involved with that. So you will all at some point have another opportunity. Hopefully Sally will stay here forever, but at some point she will leave, and when you go through that process, try to be cognizant of if you have internal candidates, sensitive to their needs, issues, and so on, and to the person coming in. I happen to be a close acquaintance with an elementary principal in Wisconsin Dells who was an LD teacher under me in a school district that I worked some time ago. We still exchange Christmas cards, and we have family pictures that we send back and forth. And Saturday, I got a call from this gal that she had gotten calls from people in the community that are just interested, but you know, it starts that rumor mill going down on the other end that is awkward. It's awkward. And not that anything was done illegally, but like I say, these are anxious and stressful times anyway for all of us. And we need to try to be sensitive about how we deal with people that we want to encourage to be a positive member of our system. And I know that everybody had the best intentions at heart. Everybody likes to know. Everybody wants to be part of it. But just, I'm trying to put on a soft shoe with this so that it'll make it nicer for her. And I guess you are right. I know all 3 of these people. And all of them have very positive attributes that could have been brought to the district. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And I think the decision process was difficult, and I think Sally will do a very fine job. And I do hope that she stays for a long time. One of the things that I say about any superintendent is that a person comes into a district and you work with the system that you have and you try to bring it to whatever the next level is until another superintendent comes in, and that person gets whatever exists, good, bad, or indifferent, and they try to take it to the next level for as long as they're here. And when they leave, another person will come in and try to take it to still another level. That's life. That's the way we work. Nothing's ever perfect, but we always try to move ahead. We always try to move ahead. So congratulations to the board on achieving a replacement.
Thank you. I also have under Board President Communications Committee assignments. There was a sheet in your folders. I appreciate it if you would, if you filled them out already, you can pass them over now. If you haven't, would you try to do that in the next couple days so we can start getting committee dates and committees going? Two things that we probably really need to address tonight are the WASB delegate and the CISA delegate. So Louise has served as our CISA delegate last year, and I'll ask you first if you are interested or willing to serve again.
I would be willing to do it for another year.
Okay.
I think I've done it for 2 years at this
I
point.
think you have since you've been on the board. I will also ask if there's anyone else that is interested in that position. Okay. I believe last year, did we vote on the delegate? Frank?
Allow me.
Thank you.
There's a board policy that governs appointments to committees and positions, and I'm going to read a salient portion of this. It's Board Policy 7120, and it identifies that the board president appoints committee members based as much as possible on their choices. Doesn't mean that every person who makes a choice gets on the committee that they would like to be, because we have a lot of committees. But ultimately, the board president, via board policy, has the authority to make those decisions. You can ask for consensus if you would like, but it is your obligation and responsibility to make those appointments.
Okay. Then with Louise's permission, I will appoint her to be the CISA delegate.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And WASB delegate, I believe Lynn served as that. Has that been 2 years as well, Lynn?
It's been 2 years, and since next year's the last year of my term, I really would encourage someone who has more longevity than I might have to be that delegate. I think it's a learning process, and I do recommend that you sit in that position 2 years. I really do. You just get your feet wet the first year, and then you're more effective the second year.
I think that's right. I think Ron was it for at least 2 years, maybe a couple more, and did it for 2 years. But you're right. The first year, you kind of learn the ropes, and the second year, you go in and you can be a little more effective. Is there anyone who's thought about or is interested at this time in volunteering to be the WASB delegate? You do have to be able to attend the convention in Milwaukee, because that's where all the voting is done, and that's in January, about the third week in January?
It's generally about the 19th through the 23rd. It's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday commitment.
Brenda, did you ever hear that? No. Sorry.
Nice try.
Yes, Lynn.
I will do it if no one else wants to do it, but I do think it's an opportunity, kind of a learning curve. So, but I will do it if no one else cares to.
Okay.
But
I would just say this, I would be interested, but the 4-day commitment in January would be a hard one for me to do,
Okay.
especially during the week, because we do normally have sales meetings around that time every year, so.
And you actually wouldn't have to commit to all 4 days. I believe the delegates meet Tuesday night and Wednesday.
Tuesday and Wednesday.
They do the voting, so it would be possible to just be there a couple
It
of
really
days and
depends
come
when
back.
my meetings fall forward, so.
Okay. Well, thank you for offering to help.
Yeah.
Anyone else that's interested? Holly?
How many people did you say you needed? Was it just one?
Just one. Just one. If Lynn is willing to volunteer again this year, we can appoint Lynn, and then maybe we can have someone in training, someone that would attend with you.
that would be great.
Okay.
I think, if Brenda goes or if Colin goes, it'd be great to have you come along. It's really informative.
Okay. So we'll put Lynn down as the WASD delegate now, and then if anybody can let me know if they're interested in working with Lynn this year, if you're able to make the convention. Thank you, Lynn. Okay. I believe that's all I have.
Okay. A little segue to that, just for general information purposes. The board members whose positions are up after this coming school year, 03-04, or at April of 04 would be Lynn Zendler, Tom Muller, and Marie Schatz. As a point of information. Okay, I have a couple of pieces as part of my communication. I'm not going to really talk about most of them. I included a letter that I had written in response to something from Rick Lindell on job apprenticeships, and I think we're pretty well squared away on that. To the Stelton polls about the dance, and I think that I have not heard anything, so I'm believing we're squared away with that. There had been a request at a prior meeting to gather some information about the Costa Rica trip this summer, and I included some information on that. I see Gina here tonight thinking about the English trip to London, and for months we've been thinking about terrorism, and nobody ever thought about SARS as a potential deterrent to travel. And at this point, many of you probably are aware that the World Health Organization has reduced its notice level on Toronto. They're still concerned about the Orient, but we don't have any concerns about London, and we don't have any concerns about Costa Rica. And I believe that appropriate accommodations have been made to deal with those types of circumstances, should they further evolve. You try to think of everything, and who would have ever known or guessed that something like SARS would have evolved and reached the level of international concern that it has. But things like that happen, so you have to be able to respond to them. And at this point, I think that we're in pretty good shape with our travel plans. I don't think that at this point anything needs to be done to modify those. The last piece that I have is a proclamation that I'm going to read, and it relates to next week being Employee Appreciation Week for School Child Nutrition Program with our food service. A little pre-information that I'm having to get from Roxy today. Our food service staff produce in 1 week, generally each week, 11,500 lunches. In 1 week, 11,500 lunches. They also produce about 2,600 breakfasts. That's an enormous quantity of feeding that takes place in this system. And not only is it an enormous quantity of feeding, the quality of the food product, I think, is second to none. And we've got these special offerings for students and staff that many other districts don't have. And the icing on the cake is that Roxy and her staff have been able to keep this food service program in the black, which is absolutely phenomenal. In my life in public education, it is rare in districts that you're able to keep a food service program in the black. And they do just a marvelous job. A proclamation. Whereas child nutrition employees provide nutritious, well-balanced, reasonably priced meals each day to more than 500,000 Wisconsin school children. And whereas, in the spirit of the new Wisconsin Promise, child nutrition employees demonstrate a deep commitment to the health and well-being of the state's school children, which contributes to their ability to learn. And whereas, child nutrition employees creatively nurture partnerships with parents, teachers, community groups, and governmental personnel to promote the nutritional value of their programs. And whereas the youth of Wisconsin are our greatest resource, for whom child nutrition employees provide a caring, loving school food service environment, therefore be it resolved that I, Elizabeth Burmaster, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 9th, 2003 as School Child Nutrition Employee Appreciation Week in the state of Wisconsin, and I commend this observance to all citizens. Signed by Elizabeth Burmaster, State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I think we need to give our food service program a hand, because they are outstanding. Outstanding. That is all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, we can move down to business and action items. First item is approval of minutes of the March 26th regular board meeting. And I believe Brenda was absent, and John and Colin, since you were not sitting on the board, I assume you would abstain as well. Okay. we have a motion to approve minutes of March 26th? Tom?
Yeah, I would move to approve March 26th regular board meeting minutes as presented.
Do I have a second to that? Lynn?
Second.
Are there any corrections, additions, or discussion? Brenda?
In reading through, there was a correction Ms. Fortman had made, and I'd like to just question that. It was regarding the quantity of conferences, parent conferences at the middle school. And there is indeed one parent conference in the fall, but in the spring, it's an at-risk conference that approximately 10% of the student population and their families participate in. So it's not a full school conference.
Okay. And you're just clarifying that now, since you weren't here, you're not
Right, I
amending
read it
the
in
minutes.
the minutes.
Okay. You are not doing the minutes. Okay. Are there any other corrections, additions, or discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of approving the minutes of March 26th, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed, say nay. Anyone abstaining?
Loudly enough.
Thank you.
Abstaining.
That would be Brenda, Colin, and John. Thank you. Those minutes are approved. Approval of claims and vouchers. Tom?
I would move to approve claims and vouchers dated 3/16/03 to and including 5/01/03.
Do I have a second to that? Carrie?
I will second that.
Any other discussion, Tom?
I would just mention that the grand total of over $5 million was at least partially the result of a number of wire transfers, which, as I understand from Pat, are in our books anyway as accounts payable write-off or something. So that's why it looked like a much larger grand total than we normally have.
Okay. Carrie, any other comments? Any other questions from board members on the vouchers? Seeing none, then we'll take a roll call vote to approve those vouchers. Sue?
Kurt Eckes,
Aye.
Carrie Taylor,
Aye.
John Cone,
Aye.
Brenda Maynor,
Aye, but I'll need to abstain from check number 6149.
Tom Muller,
Aye.
Colin Niemeyer, Louise Schuss,
Aye.
Lynn Zentner,
Aye.
Pat Burke.
Aye. Those vouchers are approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to item C, district retirements and resignations. I believe there is one.
We have one, Mr. Klippel.
Yes, we have one tonight. As you remember last year, Mrs. Amy Raditz was doing a job share during the 2001-2002 school year. She decided to take a leave of absence for this school year, and the board granted her that request. And she has notified the district that she chooses to resign from her position. And as stated in the memorandum of understanding that I believe you have a copy of, the board accepts that resignation, then we will follow number 5 in the memorandum between the school board and the Teachers Association, in that Dawn Shire will remain in the 100% position. So I'm asking the board to accept the resignation of Amy Raditz.
Thank you, Paul. Does anyone wish to make a motion to accept the resignation of Amy Raditz? Kurt?
I move to accept the resignation of Amy Raditz.
Do I have a second to that motion? Louise?
I would second it.
Any other comments, Kurt? Louise, anything? Any other board members? Lynn?
If I may ask, Paul, is Dawn willing to remain? I mean, it's understandable in the memorandum of understanding that she would remain in the 100% position unless she chooses to solicit another staff member for job sharing. Have you discussed this with Dawn so we know what the plans are for next year?
No, I haven't heard anything from Dawn.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, All those in favor of accepting the resignation of Amy Reddit signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay. Anyone abstaining? Okay.
There's no
Taken care of.
contract revisions.
Okay, thank you, Paul. No purchases and leases this evening?
No.
Nothing under item E. Item F, consider high school, Prairie River Middle School and elementary school handbook revisions. I believe they were included in our packet.
Yes.
Ms. Barry and Tim.
Tim's here.
Tim's here.
We have people here. Is Larry here? Or Jeff?
Jeff, okay.
Paul.
Okay. I believe everyone had these in their packets. I don't know, what would you gentlemen prefer if we just ask if there's questions? Or do you have anything, any comments you wish to make?
I'll make an opening. If you look at the middle school agenda, in an effort to save some monies on the agenda, the board policies are put first because if we have exact pages like the elementary, save us, I don't know, 10 to 15 cents a book, which between the high school and middle school really, it's significant enough to do some other things with that money. So the elementary draft begins exactly the same way as the middle school, and because we use the same big size, there's a rearrangement, so to speak, but otherwise it's very typical, no major changes, and a map on the back, which was a great idea by middle school kids who said, we need to know where we need to go. So want to continue that. So we do listen to our students as well.
Thank you, Tim. Jeff, anything?
Mr. Tice and myself went through these student agenda, and the high school students unanimously opt for the smaller size. This is the agenda that we use. As far as this year, we went through and just really made format changes to try and simplify it. For example, previously there was not a table of contents, and so students would be fumbling through pages, and some things were maybe not connected as well as maybe they could be. Hopefully the format changes will help simplify in finding the information needed. Other than that, there wasn't really any additions or changes to the handbook as far as policy go, other than the fact that Mr. Harrington, after we were done with our format changes and maybe some just slight verbiage changes as far as, again, just to simplify, not change policy, to add state and district policy numbers and statutes to that.
We should also give Sue Bayer credit for also proofing it. It
Yes.
helps us out, both of us tremendously, having those extra eyes are very helpful. Thank you, Sue.
Are there any questions by board members? Brenda?
Just a comment. I wonder if down the road the high school might include the map that.
We ran out of page.
We're allotted 32 pages, and if we go past that, it's additional money. I was going to say on our back cover, we did save money by, again, we opt for the Wisconsin National Guard, so we're able to save money that way. We tried, Brenda, to squeeze it down for additional pages, but we were unable to do that. We'll try again next year so we can get a map, because I know it is confusing.
And just a comment for the middle school, it is helpful to have email addresses at our, at a parent's fingertips.
Right. Just a response to that, we ran out of pages. I guess the only concern that we're very cognizant of the fact that we do want to get email addresses out of our staff members. I do, since I kind of coordinate all the emails for the building and so forth, it is amazing the number of errors we would have at the beginning of the school year. Would we knock out maybe 85%? Absolutely, but we want to be as accurate as possible, and so we will add email addresses to our first newsletter.
Any other questions or discussion? Louise?
I just have a few things that I read that didn't make sense to me, but if Sue was the proofer, maybe I'll just talk to Sue. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Carrie?
Have we
looked into maybe doing this in our high school or something like that, printing these to save money? Is anything like that possible than sending away for these booklets? Just a thought. We do have a printing department.
We've considered that, but one of our major issues there is timing. We're doing this now, the high school printing projects are pretty well taken care of. This is done during the summer when we don't have access to students to do the printing. Need to have it on hand before the beginning of the school year. So there's some timing issues, but if we could make some adjustments there, the district could make some adjustments, that might be a possibility in the future.
Tim?
Kind of a response to the expenditure part, our particular agendas are used through title funds, so there's no district money being used for that. So we tie that into helping our kids through our title monies in a different way. So technically no district monies are used for these, so we still try to keep the cost down.
Anyone else? There is no other, oh, I'm sorry. Tom?
I just wanted to check to make sure, in terms of the elementary version, there are no substantial changes in there either, just a general revision, so, okay.
Yeah, we've attempted to, the policy committees have made some changes this year. We've changed some of the policy numbers as a result of Val Wazak, our WSB consultant, modifying some of the policies that we've addressed. So those changes are probably the greatest ones to take place. There are a few grammatical things, and I found one more tonight that I think needs to be addressed as we go through this one more time.
Anything else?
Just to address that with the elementary, when the principal before Fritz had left, we did not have an electronic copy of that. So in effect, there wasn't really a good grounding as to any changes for the last 4 years. So this gave us an opportunity to, Fritz, with help from the elementary principals, reviewed all of the issues, did some comparisons with the middle school and the elementary, kind of said, well, this is kind of elementary-ish, and then I like the stuff that you have in the middle school. And so now we have an electronic version that we can more easily make changes, because there's a number of policies that we have to go back here until that policy book is up to date every year. That's a critical part to make sure that we've got the right lingo and the right number.
Anyone else? There are no other questions or discussion, and I would look for a motion to approve the high school, Prairie River Middle School, and elementary student handbooks revisions. Do we have such a motion? Louise?
I move approval of those 3 handbooks.
Do we have a second? Brenda?
Second that.
Any other discussion, Louise?
No.
Anything, Brenda?
No.
Any other discussion from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote. Sue?
Carrie Keeler. Aye. John Chrome.
Aye.
Brenda Maynor. Aye. Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Niemeyer.
Aye.
Louise Schuss. Aye. Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye. That motion carries, and those are approved. Thank you, gentlemen.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Moving on to item G, consider budget reductions for 0304.
In my narrative report to the board, I did a page talking about what I perceive to be some new wrinkles coming through the state legislative budgetary process. I'm going to talk a little bit about them. I'm going to go back a little bit and talk about some other things. We do have one really nice positive thing to talk about, and we need to suck in and savor that because it will evaporate quickly in front of us, but we've got one really nice positive. There are some extra copies of this to go around. I'm sending around a copy of the document that we used in February, at the end of February, and I'm only using it for one reason. That's to give people some background to remember. But I want to look at page 3 in this document. for a little bit and remember where we were in January, February, talking about declining enrollment, talking about potential health insurance premium increases, talking about potential governor's budget proposal and legislative retrenchments. We didn't know prior to the governor's budget presentation on February 18th if he was going to do anything with two-thirds funding, if he was going to do anything with freezing the budget, with the QEO, with revenue caps, with SAGE, with TEACH, with driver education money, and all of those things. So this was kind of a snapshot of, you know, what we were speculating on at about that point or shortly thereafter. And since then, you know, things change. Everybody asks me, you know, what's the real number? What's the real dollar amount? What's it going to be? And I don't know. I can come close based on what I know now, and based on, I can say, if the legislature and the governor agree on the reduction of the two-thirds funding at a 2.5% rate, if they agree on freezing the revenue increase, I don't know that they're going to do that, but if they do, then I know about how much money we're going to lose. If the health insurance had come in at 20%, or if it had come in at 12.5%, you know, we were talking 200,000 beyond cost for the staff, or 100,000 cutting it down to 12% or less. This is the one piece of good news. It came in yesterday. I'm not going to give you the exact figures because they're fractions of percent. But the health insurance premium for family and single are just a touch either side of 6.5% increase. Phenomenally small. Dental insurance is 7.5% increase, family and single. And that's not such a big deal. And from my perspective, I think that's part of the politics of the health insurance industry as it relates to our vendor. Period. And they will deny that till their dying breath, but there's no way that we're going to have schools have 20 to 30 to 35% increases last year and have 6% increases this year without some other mystical mechanism occurring to make that reduction. That just isn't going to happen. It just isn't going to happen. That's the good news. That's the good news. Okay, so in terms of our chart, that $100,000, because it came in yesterday, I haven't had a chance to calculate it out, but I'm speculating it's going to be a small 5-digit number at best. You know, so it's almost negligible for this coming year. What's going to happen 04, 05? How will the politics flow then? I don't know.
Before we leave this, would you ground us, since we're talking about percent increase, ground us in what a single plan is and what in, what's the cost?
Okay.
Okay? Single plan, family plan.
I don't have my little pink sheet with me. I can do a family plan pretty easily. A family plan right now costs a little over $1,100 a month. It's about $13,000 something a year. Overall cost. The district pays 90% of that, the employee pays 10%. The district pays about $11,000 something. I don't have my sheet in front of me. Okay? And now I really am having a hard time remembering the single one. I know that in the end, the district pays about $5,500. $5,500?
Oh, a year?
A year. It's 90% on that, because I know there's a $6,500 difference between the single plan that the district pays and the family plan. I've got it on a little pink sheet that I've been working on. So the increase in this is going to be negligible for our purposes here tonight.
And Deb?
I don't have it. I can't do it.
Thank you. I just think it grounds us when we're talking about 6.5% increase and 7.5% increase to have a sense of what that basis,
Right.
and the
Right.
cost. Thank you.
Right. Okay, I passed around also a piece that was headed SAA Capital Report. SAA is School Administrators Alliance. It's a combination of principals, business managers, special education pupil service directors, and school superintendents in the state of Wisconsin, each with our own organizations. We kind of collectively get together to try to determine what's best for public education and do lobbying. And there's a piece in here that at the very beginning that talks about the QEO. And remember, the QEO right now is not a part of the budget package. It's been taken out of that along with other pieces of legislation that are language types of things and put aside for the moment. There's no certainty that it will stay aside because there are financial impacts that go along with the QEO. But there's a first part on here that talks about that. The bottom part of that first page talks about the budget process moves forward. The key line, the key sentence is at the top of the second page under the first bullet, where it says budget speculation is all over the board. You can talk to 10 people, you can talk to 100 people in Madison, and you'll get 10 different or 100 different ideas about what's going to happen with the budget process. But these are some of the fundamental issues that are taking place. Now, if you look at under that line, there are 3 bullets. If you look at the third one, SAGE and 4K, so that you understand, 4K is 4-year-old kindergarten. It's not a misprint or anything like that. There's a lot of school districts that have subscribed to initiating 4-year-old kindergarten programs. And that has been an issue with financial context behind it. And the third bullet below that are the budget holes, and I've spoken about those, where the governor is relying on $1 billion+ worth of money that's one-time or federal money or money to come from sources that may not have longevity to them. And so out of a $3.2 billion deficit, we're still relying substantially on one-time money to bail ourselves out of this. And so that's why I say we have it tough this year. Next year it's going to be as bad or worse. So buckle up your boots because that's the way it is. And there was one other piece in here that I wanted to point out that's apart from a lot of this, and that's the school mandate relief effort, which is on the second to last page on the inside. And then the very back side, the School Board Association has joined with the SAA in talking to legislators about a need for relief from all the different mandates. It's impossible for local school districts to function in a manner that they really should, given the financial constraints that exist with all the mandates that are coming down in front of us. And as an aside, and I forgot to mention this in my communication, in front of you tonight, I had written a letter to DPI about our 4th grade, 8th grade, and 10th grade WKCE tests that we took in October and should have been returned to us by January to effectively use them to make a difference and change, and we're getting them now in May. And so I'm trying to, in this letter, politely blast DPI, and I copied this to the state superintendent and the governor, because this is something that, it's one of those mandates that we haven't been able to do anything about. We're going to come up short on the stick, and this data will be used to publish our names because of something or other, and we haven't had a chance to modify it or work on it. Side editorial. All right. I want to continue on. Right now, my perspective is that there's going to be some combination of this decline in 2/3 funding from the 66.7%, and we get that in a little bit more, down about 2.5%, which for us is $400+ thousand, and a revenue freeze, which could be some combination of different components of that. As I said, it's not simple or straightforward. Of potentially another $100,000 to $200,000. So in terms of that element of the state budget that we've been talking about before, they might do this, they might do the reduction of the 2/3, they might do a freeze, one or the other, that's kind of within our plan. Combination of both of them, that puts us in a little tougher straits. And now, Senator Welch and Luther Olson, and who's the third one, came up with this bill to freeze property taxes. And I sent you a piece on what would happen to us if, and there's no definition to this yet, but this is all the what if stuff. If our property valuation in October next year went up 2%, last year it went up 2 point something or other, and before it's gone up 5, 6, 7%. But if it went up 2%, and that valuation and the tax on it were frozen, we in essence would lose about $200,000 more. And if that were combined with a 2/3 funding reduction and some level of freeze, we're going to be at $700,000, $800,000 with that alone. Okay? And thank goodness health insurance came through and the politics of that played in our favor. But I also sent a pink sheet out with your thing. And we try to do this once a month. And so last week on Friday, I asked Laura Ugolini to call all the buildings and the parochial schools to determine how many kids are enrolled right now. And a month ago, we were showing a decline of 90 students for next year. This count a week ago shows a decline of 101 students for next year. It's not going in the right direction. So that, at a rate of $7,500 or so per student and doing a 3-year average on that, that's going to give us another $500,000 of effort to have to find to deal with in our budget for next year. And so in my report I'm saying we have to have at least $1 million worth of ideas for retrenchment for next year, and probably more if by the end of May, the legislators are kind of promising that the governor will have their proposal by the end of May, the first part of June, so that he can sign it by the end of June, so that July 1st we have this budget in place. That's the one thing they might do. And it might be an awful lot of bad news at one time, but at least we'll know what it is and be able to move forward. But we don't know all of that yet. We don't know all of that yet. If you look in that capital report, they're talking about the week of May 12th and 19th, I believe it is when the people in Madison are speculating that significant budgetary issues are going to be brought forth out of joint finance to the Assembly and to the Senate for them to take to their caucuses. Because the joint finance is a 12-4 Republican committee, it's going to go pretty much in that direction. Their votes will count most because the Assembly has a majority of Republicans and because the Senate has a majority of Republicans. There might not be much change in the budget bills that come out of the Joint Finance Committee. And then it's a matter of what the governor does with those or between the time that both of the houses make their final decisions as to what the budget will really look like. Okay. I included mailing this legislative alert that you all get to talk about the property tax freeze piece. I suppose if I looked at that, Bob Welch, Dave Dean, and Luther Olson, and the 3 authoring that. And I sent you a copy of a piece that I had gotten last, I don't know when, Tuesday or Wednesday from the Legislative Fiscal Bureau. Legislative Fiscal Bureau is the group down there that's, they're middle of the road. They just try to do the numbers, all that type of thing. But the information that they gave is so diabolically generic that it doesn't really tell you anything about good, bad, or indifferent with this. So I'm not sure how helpful that was in particular. And then I sent out a copy of, I asked Pat to predict if we had a 2% increase in property valuation, how that would flow with a freeze on that dollar amount. About $200,000, a little bit less than that. So with those thoughts in mind, I had a list of recommendations for the board. We have to begin somewhere. We have to have some points of beginning, but there's a lot of things we still don't know. And I have 15 items on here, and number 13 I'm going to need to change, and I'll get to that point that has to do with the price of tickets to go to athletic events. got some new information today on that. But I'm recommending a series of motions that would formally vacate or eliminate certain positions so that we can get the ball rolling, and we need to do scheduling and begin some things, and other things we can keep in limbo. And I think what I'll do is I'll respond to each one of them individually as we go through this process, unless you want to have some other generic discussion before we go.
I think we could just start and discuss them as you go through them.
Okay.
I think that'd be fun.
Or do we want to let the community members that wanted to speak on the subject talk before?
All right, ask me.
Joe, you asked to speak? Would
Well,
you
if
like
I
to-
could, I
Sure.
have several things I'd like to talk on, but I could talk on one that's not in the items that Mr. Harrington has described here, but he talks about it in his narrative on the page before, and that is about the hockey program. And the way I'm reading into what Mr. Harrington is saying here, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's a done deal that they're going to eliminate several $1,000s from the ice time for the hockey group, and I don't see that in a proposed motion on this side at all. So I guess I watched MP3 last time because I couldn't make the board meeting, and I watched a very good presentation by Jim Koppelman to this board, and by a very good presentation by Matt Leader to this board, and I won't reiterate everything that they said about the Merrill hockey, but when you take into consideration buildings and gymnasiums and football fields, and then we single out the hockey program simply because we have to pay the money every year where all these things are already maintained. I agree with Mr. Koppelman 100%. The Merrill hockey program, youth all the way through senior high school, brings in a tremendous amount of economic revenue to this community every year. Those folks do, and I've been involved with hockey since my kid was a little kid. He's not there anymore, he's gone. But there is a big commitment from those hockey parents for that hockey program. Eliminating that is good for the people that are involved or good for the community. And I think Mr. Koppelman was supposed to have gotten with Mr. Harrington the way I looked at the MP3 program and try to come up with some other solution. And Mr. Koppelman is the president of the Youth Hockey Association, and I don't know if that took place or not.
Mr. Harrington.
Mr. Koppelman and I and Mr. Miller met last Thursday afternoon, and he has some good ideas, and for that reason, none of that is on the agenda for action tonight. I spoke with Mr. Koppelman on the phone yesterday, and we further continued that discussion, and he and I and Mr. Miller will probably get together again next week or before any other activity takes place, or actually a recommendation for action. He has some good ideas about how money could be generated to save some cost here. And when we get that, all of those nuts and bolts put together, we'll deal with it as a package and try to work collectively with that group.
Could I follow up with one last question, Frank?
Sure.
So then your comments here, Frank, where it says the ice time budget will be reduced by several $1,000s is not already set in concrete?
It's not set in concrete. It was part of a discussion that it could be handled in a variety of ways, but it's only part of an overall reduction that needs to occur throughout the whole athletic system.
And the board would have to take action on this?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Paul, are you in the back? Could you maybe turn the air on? Move some air around in here?
But I reserve the rest of my comments for the other things since you
Turn it
come
to the right.
Why
and
don't you
turn the
just,
thermostat down.
since you've
Say
got
it.
the floor, why don't
Sure.
you just go through your comments?
I don't mean to take everybody's
That'd be
break.
easier.
The other thing is I agree with Mr. Harrington on the art position. I believe that's number 10 that he's recommending to the board that we should retain that art position. I believe that we only have one high school
At this point.
At this
We
point.
have two positions.
at the high school.
Correct.
One's leaving.
Correct.
So you're proposing to fill that.
Correct.
And that's what I agree with you on.
Thank you.
I would like to see that happen also,
Okay.
because I believe that the art program is very important to students' development also, as you all do, I'm sure. The other thing I'd like to bring back to the board tonight, and I was going to wait as we came to them, but I'll say it now, is that the band teaching position. I'd like to see the band reconsider, change your mind about laying off that band position. I believe, from everything I've heard in all the years I was on the board and from all the people that I've talked to in the community, I believe that it is an important thing for the community. I've heard comments where people have made the comment, well, they get a lot of people together and that's just their agenda. Well, I think from what I've heard from people in the community, and a lot of people in the community's agenda is what's best for kids. And you may see 15, 20, 50 people come to a board meeting to discuss that particular issue. There are far many more in the community that are just as concerned that can't make it. The band program is an integral part of the development of our youth. The band program in Merrill, as we've known it for the last 25 to 30 years, has been a tremendous asset to this community and to the youth in our community as they went through our school system. I won't go into all the stuff about the brain and what the brain does, and we all have been through that before. I would just like to encourage you to bring that position back and look to some other way to cut the funds that you need to cut rather than eliminate the band position. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Let's see. Barb McConnell? Is Barb in here?
I'm here.
Okay.
I guess I would like to address when that
item comes up?
Yeah.
Sure, okay. Which item are you? Number
7,
seven?
I think. Depending on
Elementary
it really
teaching,
is. I'm looking
elementary
for
teaching
clarification.
position?
Correct.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Barb. How about Matt Leader?
As long as Joel brought up the hockey subject, I'll continue
Okay.
on with that. I'm pleased to
Sure.
hear Mr. Harrington say that they're not through talking about that. I talked in great length with Mr. Koppelman last night, and unfortunately he couldn't be here tonight, so he asked me to speak on his behalf and on behalf of the youth organization. He does have some good ideas, and he feels that if the school district would give the gate to the youth hockey program and give them some control of the schedule, they could pretty much significantly reduce that ice bill and possibly down the road eliminate that ice bill altogether to the school district. But them are the two very important components to doing that. And if you just straight across the board cut several $1,000s from that, my question would be, when would these kids practice? And how much? What is several $1,000s, I guess, is the question I would have. And that's a personal question, that's not on behalf of Jim. But Jim has some very good ideas, and he handed you a sheet from Anniego's program that has some ideas. Some would work here, some wouldn't work here. But he thinks with those two components, we could virtually down the road eliminate that ice bill by generating, marketing the product, so to speak, and bringing that money in to pay that ice bill. Unfortunately, and I think Jim conveyed that to Mr. Harrington, and I've been on the hockey board for a long time, and the president for a couple of years, so pretty well acquainted with their financial situation. And we also have, the Hockey Association has also incurred some significant increases in our insurance for our concession stand and other licenses. We've also incurred the same increase in ice time across the board from the city. So the money the Hockey Association would have been in the red this year had it not been for a last-minute concert done at the Mark this spring in a very successful raffle. So that the youth program can't, if the board were looking for them to fund this, it wouldn't be possible. The financial burden would go directly to the parents of that program. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean English, do you want to speak now?
Could I also wait until we get to
Sure, sure, that'd be fine. And Diane, you're here now, right? I did put you in. Do you want to wait till we...
I'll wait till number 6, yes.
Okay, fine. Did I miss anybody that had asked for privileges? I don't think so. Okay. All right, do you want to start with number 1?
Okay. One of the things that I did, for those of you that received this packet around again, I was working off this sheet to a degree, and I'm looking at the number at the very bottom of that column, which is $797,000 in reduction of staff. All of those positions were eliminated as part of a means by which this $1 million+ budget deficit, could be addressed. And so every time we put something back, we don't have $797,000. We eat into that, and that means we have to find money someplace else, ultimately. It was page 7 in that booklet if you got one of those. Okay, but at the top, I recommend that the board vacate and eliminate one FTE administrative position at this time. I am currently working with administrators on 2 or 3 ideas for restructuring the other FTE administrative position. So I think I'm requesting the board go through the formality of dealing with at least one of them at this time.
Kurt?
I move to eliminate one FTE administrative position.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
John? Kurt, any discussion?
These are difficult times and we've got to save money from someplace. And let's start at the top, I guess.
John, any comments? Tom?
I support the idea of reductions in this type of category, although it's hard to say, to vote to eliminate it without knowing exactly which position it is and what the restructuring is going to look like. It's sort of like voting on something that I guess I'm really not sure of the end product yet. It just makes it hard to kind of say, yeah, okay, let's get rid of this, but we don't know how those duties are going to be taken care of. So it's hard for me to vote on it.
I can appreciate that because that's how I feel about the whole budget, from the state component of it all the way on down. I kind of, I have a feel for it, and I think everybody has probably a feel for some of the things, but you get into the minutia of it, and that's where it's hard. If we're looking at Mr. Couch's position, I can think of a variety of ways, not good ones, of divvying up his responsibilities amongst other people. If we're thinking about a building principal's position, there are some ways of dealing with that, but they're not quite as easily accommodated because there's a different type of work responsibility that exists in those positions. So each element of this is going to require different approaches, if we in fact talk about those restructurings. And we are. Mr. Klippel works with a group of administrators at all levels to come up with ideas about how positions can be redone, reconfigured, restructured, and then we kick that all around and try to come up with some best ideas. And we'll bring those back when we get to that point.
I guess I'm wondering what the advantage then is at this point in time to vote to eliminate one or the other of those positions as opposed to simply keeping them vacant, waiting for those alternatives to come back to us and then making a decision about vacating one or both of the positions.
Because, from my perspective, it brings one level of finality to some of this. And, until we go through all of these, we won't have any levels of finality. Everybody's hanging out there kind of wondering what's going to happen this way, that way. And we need to begin the process of establishing some finality. I have a high level of certainty that most, if not all, of these positions need to be dealt with, given the worst financial scenario from the state. And if it is that the state miraculously brings in Bill Gates Corporation and he brings in $5 billion and we have no problems, we can always refill these positions. You can do that in June, you can do it in August, you can do it in September. But until you know what exists financially, I don't think that you can't do that. We have to create the better opportunity financially. As hard as that is.
Anything else? Nothing else? Anyone else? Discussion on that motion? Karen?
I know what you're saying, Tom. I agree with you that it's hard to make that decision, but I think with some of the other decisions that we have to make, I think the public wants us, and I think we as board members have to start up here.
Any other questions or discussion?
Well, Frank, while we're on this, I just, because we're going to start this all out, there's some terminology I'd like to find. Vacate, eliminate, neither be recalled, lay off, You got a bunch of things in here, and they all sound a little different. So I want to hear your definition of those things before I vote.
When I'm saying vacate/eliminate,
Right.
and let's use the next one down, for example, English position at the high school. We have 10 English positions this year. Next year we'll have 9. It means we have 1 less FTE position. We currently have 2 FTE art positions. I'm recommending that we post that so we can continue with 2 art positions at the high school for next year. Relative to the people on layoff status that I'm saying leave on layoff status, I'm saying at this point in time that we're not vacating or we're not posting those until we get more budgetary information from the state.
Okay, and I guess, let's just take one at a time, but I will have further clarifications on that terminology.
All right.
As we go down the road.
Colin?
Yes, I'd like, you mentioned that if the money came in June or July and we already voted to vacate the position, we could come back at that point
Sure, certainly.
and reinstate the position.
And reinstate it, or you can add 4 more. Last September, we had some funds and we had a significant need to add an instructor at the 8th grade level because we had this huge group of kids that came in from the parochial schools, remember? And then the class sizes were just absolutely enormous. So in September, we voted to add a teacher. It's a tough time of the year to do it, but it can be done. It can be done. So if circumstances change, you have the ability in the future to bring the positions back, add other ones, if you should be so fortunate as to be in that financial circumstance.
Anything else, Colin?
No, thanks.
Anyone else? Any discussion on this particular motion? Number 1, to vacate or eliminate a 1 FTE administrative position. If there is no further discussion, I guess we've had a practice of doing roll call votes, so we'll just continue with that. If the board's in agreement with that, Sue, would you do roll call, please?
John Krohn.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Niemeyer.
Aye.
Denise Schutt. Aye. Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Terry Taylor.
Aye.
Pat Burke.
Aye. That motion carries, and 1 FTE administrative position will be vacated.
Number 2, I recommend that the board vacate and eliminate 1 FTE high school English position. This is the result of the retirement of Mr. Teewood.
And you clarified that that would be reducing from 10 to 9.
And I don't know if it's 10 or 11.
Okay.
How many English teachers are there? 11? So you go from 11 to 10.
No, it's 10.
It's 10. Actually, it's 10 and a half.
10 and a quarter.
Because one person splits between social studies and English.
10 and a quarter. 10 and a quarter.
Whatever.
Thank you.
1 less.
Colin?
How is this going to affect the class sizes?
As it did last year with social studies, as it did last year with Phi-Ed, as it will do with all these, it will increase class sizes. It will reduce potentially the number of offerings. All of these will do that. There isn't one of them that won't do that. It doesn't get better, it gets worse in terms of numbers.
Is some of these positions looking at, the numbers of students lost? I mean, are we basically paying now for some of the losses before? I mean, it seems did we have 3 reductions at the high school last year, now you've got an additional 5 here, not considering the laid-off position. That's a big hit at the high school.
We've spent months going through that, trying to identify a combination of ingredients to deal with this, including existing class sizes, programs and classes that are available that could be combined or joined, programs that could be eliminated, electives that could be eliminated to change the offerings that exist. And we also have to consider happenstance to a degree. In this case, we have a retirement, which makes it a little easier to deal with vacating a position than laying a person off that is a current employee of us. So that does weigh into this as well. You know, we try to look at all of the factors and come up with what would be an overall best recommendation. And this is where we fall right now.
Kind of a follow-up on that, as Tom was saying before, with the information I would like to see on the board is exactly how many teachers we have in the department, so what are we going to, how it compares, you know, to social studies, science, math, because I would assume it, you know, while you may not be there all the same at one time, eventually through the reductions, I would assume we should see similar numbers. I don't want to, or at least I'd want to question why is there, say, 11 science teachers and only 9 English teachers? Why? How does the offer make that? So I would appreciate that as a board member, that kind of information.
I think it was about a month and a half ago, or maybe 2, that I gave the members of the board then, and I still have a copy somewhere, a copy of the high school class schedule. It's about 4 pages, with each department, each teacher, each class by period, and I had the numbers of students per class in each one, and I'll make sure we would call it to get a copy of that as well, because that's the kind of thing.
Lynn, it would be helpful to me to, I'd like to do this. Since this is not in any particular prioritized system, I'd like to start with positions on here that are not core subject areas, because that is truly what we heard from the public. And then we heard the difference between what's core and what's not. But I'd really like to skip number 2 and go down and just, I don't know, go down to number 3, go down to number 4. I really want to do this. I'd like to skip the English one right now.
Your prerogative.
Brenda?
Have you had any response from the English department as to exactly what their plans are?
At this point, I don't have all of that detail. I know that the high school administration and department heads have been looking at tentative schedules for next year based on some of these changes. And that's one of the reasons we want to bring some finality to it, so they can, finalize those class schedules. But I don't have all the detail of that.
Any other discussion? Lynn's suggestion is that she would prefer moving past number 2 and not doing anything with it at this point and coming back to it. Is there anyone that is that disagrees with moving past number 2?
Well, I guess I'm not sure how that helps, because we have to come back to number 2.
Yeah, I understand that.
In the sense of it, and that was the issue, and I guess I was willing to go along with an administrative position because we have 2 vacancies, and it seems highly likely at least one of those will be vacated. On the academic positions, I think the issue becomes even more critical of what the implications are. And we were talking about how many teachers, and don't have any clue, which courses are going to be eliminated, and class sizes are going to increase. I guess I'm going to simply abstain, I guess, from voting on the academic positions, because it's hard for me to justify getting rid of a teacher in a particular subject area without knowing kind of how that fits with the other subject areas of inequality and all of those kind of issues. So I'm just going to abstain, I guess, on the academic positions as we go through this. But I don't care what order we take them, because we're going to get to it anyway.
Exactly.
Frank?
I want to respond to that a little bit. This is a trust thing to a degree. I don't think you have the time to go through all of the detail relative to the processes followed to determine how these recommendations have come to be. Looking at what's referred to as the green board, the green monster, with all the classes plotted up on them and the numbers that are associated with that and the juggling around that goes. There's an enormous amount of detail that goes into these things. We could spend hours on any one position and then have some debates about whether we should provide novels as an elective or whether we should provide Old English leather or something as an elective. That's really that. I don't know if you want to get to that level of minutia. You may, you can direct that be done, but I'll caution you that there's an awful lot of stuff, data, paperwork, time involved with that.
Well, partly I'm reacting to some of the situations that occurred last year when we were confronted with the idea of, as a board, we voted to eliminate these positions. Did we in fact understand the implications of our decision? Did we know exactly what that meant? And the other issue that came up that was troubling was some departments feeling that their department was unfairly chosen for layoffs as a result of whatever reason. So I guess I'm feeling a fair amount of responsibility in making these decisions to eliminate. I'm not suggesting we fill them at this point in time, and I'm not trying to encourage that. But boy, I remember feeling a lot of heat last year, and I think heat that was in many respects legitimate. I guess I'm responding to that.
Okay.
Lynn?
I guess there's two ways to look at this. We decide what we just don't want to act on, and we could postpone or table until we had more information. Or we could act on the things that we feel we really are definitely going to do. Or we could act on them all. And then, with the definition that you gave Colin and me and the board, that we can reinstate at any time based on money.
Right. However, this gives us a level for administratively that we can work on to, really begin to plan a little bit better for next year. And if we should be so fortunate as to have extra money, as it were, it's easier to plug things back in than it is after the fact to try to scramble around and take them out.
You're especially concerned about scheduling and for student scheduling for next year. And that's significant to me.
Anything else?
No.
Colin?
I guess I had a general thought here. I look at the list and I see a lot of retirements. And then it makes me question whether, I know it's easier because they're retired. So did some of the positions get targeted just because somebody retired out of the position? Or would have that department gotten targeted if there wasn't a retirement out of the...
In most cases, they probably would have been on the list for consideration, but the retirement made it easier to deal with because we didn't have to take an employee who was going to be employed next year and put them off. I said that was one of the variables. We look at class sizes, we look at class offerings, we look at what we can blend together. We know that classes are going to get bigger, and we know that we're going to have less offerings. When you're cutting $1 million+ out of a budget, it's not going to get better. Wherever the money comes from. It just isn't. Jeff,
Kurt.
Oh,
okay. Just a second.
To help a little bit, it doesn't mean that that all of the students from that English position are going to go to all of the other English classes. What it does mean too, and it's not included in here to help clarify, but there have been in some cases in the different departments where you had teachers teaching in our 7-period day 5 classes, and then they have study hall, and then they're prepped. And what it means now is they will have 6 classes and they're prepped, and no longer will have study hall duty. And how we're maybe taking a look at redoing that then is hiring in more aides then to oversee those study halls. So in essence, you know what I mean? It's not a total number of elimination of classes per se, but you're adding obviously to the workload of your teachers that are there. They're going to have to bear the brunt of that.
Thank you, Jeff. Kurt, did you have your hand up?
I guess to ground everybody, because of the way the teacher's contract is written, layoff notices have been given. We have to cut $1 million out of our budget, period. With that in mind, 80% of our budget is salaries. To be fiscally responsible, I don't know how else to approach this.
And one more grounding and remembrance is that we're beyond the time frame for any more layoffs. We can't do that anymore. That's all done.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board on number 2? Would someone care to make a motion to vacate or eliminate an FTE high school English position? Make a motion to postpone? Lynn?
I move to vacate one FTE high school English position.
I reluctantly second that motion.
Any other discussion then?
Well, as an English major, it's probably one of the toughest motions I've ever made on this board.
Louis?
English is so important for our students. I hope it works out.
Any other discussion on the board? Seeing no other discussion? Sorry, Brenda.
Only that I would, at some point in the future, like to know exactly what the implications were.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, then we will be voting to vacate or eliminate one FTE high school English position. Sue?
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Abstain.
Colin Meyer.
Abstain.
Louise Shutt. Aye. Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Carrie Taylor.
Aye.
John Crone.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye. What was it?
702.
That motion carries. We have vacated the high school English position. Number 3.
Number 3, I'm recommending that the board vacate/eliminate one FTE high school technology education position.
Lynn?
Talk to me about numbers on this one, please.
Numbers here are probably more dramatic than in any of the other areas relative to small class sizes. You know, some of them are small to begin with because of the safety factor of the stations, but beyond that, the enrollments have been less than desired, and we'll work to combine and do some other things with the technology education classes as well.
Are any of the tech ed teachers here, or is Mr. Durant, or maybe Mr. Domro could tell me, where, in the tech ed areas, where are our numbers? Are they woods, are they nettles, are they power and energy?
It's all over, and what that'll mean is, with the department, you're gonna go from a department of 5 to 4. It's gonna be restructuring of classes, maybe a course that was offered, or maybe, say, a metals 1 where there were 3 sections, there's now gonna be 2. Maybe a course that was offered over the course of a year is only gonna be offered a semester. Option may be to offer courses every other year. And obviously, students would have to make the decision, at that point when those class offerings are.
Colin?
I guess I have another question on the whole retirement issue. Obviously, the teachers that are retiring would make more money than if we replaced them with a younger teacher. So is there not a possibility of hiring, new teachers at the lower salary to save some of our budget?
Yes, we would save some of that. And on this page, on this sheet, these numbers reflect the cost to the district after we subtract health insurance. That is an expense for us after the person retires that year. So this is salary and fringe benefits, health insurance, life insurance, retirement, all of those kinds of things. And if you were to hire a beginning teacher at the beginning of the salary schedule, and if that person had family health insurance and then all of the other usual, we're talking about a $44,000, $45,000 cost to the district. So that the difference between those two is what you would save. That impacts this number down here.
Okay.
Lynn?
I move to vacate one FTE high school technology education position.
Do I have a second to that motion? Louise?
I will second it.
Lynn, did you have any other discussion?
Sure. We're going from 5 to 4. Technology truly does provide some of the best employees in our community. Just talked to 2 young gentlemen who are going into auto mechanics, which we don't even barely touch on offering. Many young adult men in our community, especially men,
are interested in that area, auto mechanics, auto body, they need to go to Anago for those kinds of things. I think when we do this in tech ed, we are going to see as a board some increases in youth option requests. I can just about guarantee it. And if I was a kid who wanted to be a tool and die maker, I would be seeking youth options. I think it's something that this board needs to be grounded in. As we cut programs, we're going to have more youth option applicants. And I think that that's just a reality. I think those are opportunities we need to provide people, young people in our community that are going to perhaps stay and work in some of our wood industry, wire industry, printing industry. So, again, this is not an easy motion to make.
Lynn said it.
When I came here 6 years ago, the district had a very good technology education program. In that ensuing 6 years, Marla has been here a couple of times. We have become #1 in the state in our apprenticeship program and some of our job assistantship programs. I have long been a supporter of school-to-work types of activities. And this, no less than any of the others, pains me greatly also, because I agree with you in terms of job opportunities and work skill development for students who are looking at their future to create a livelihood for themselves. Unfortunately, our numbers are going to dictate how we address all of these situations.
Assuming this goes as it goes forward and we do lose this position, I guess I would hope, and I think Lynn makes an excellent point, that in the end it may cost the district more in terms of students going elsewhere for those educational opportunities that we're going to have to pay for. So I would hope there would be some way of keeping track of the increase in those costs.
There is with that. We currently do that. We've got a pretty good handle on that factor. But one of the things that I'm doing, and I'm going to encourage all of you to do, as I've done before in contacting the legislators, we talked about, at the back of this one, mandate relief. For this one, one of the things that's not listed here is one of the most expensive ones, youth options. And there's a lot of people in my group and in the SAA that are petitioning the Capitol about making modifications to the youth options requirements so that the local school district doesn't bear the brunt of the financial cost of that. It's a great opportunity for kids, but it's very expensive for the local school system.
This one really kind of pains me. I was kind of raised as a tech ed person. My father was a teacher here for years and years. I work with these guys when they come out. And I'm a little fearful that this cut, not only will affect youth options, but I think it will affect enrollment in high school. Those are some of the students that the reason they're there is because that class is offered. I don't want to see them. I don't want to lose them.
Tim, did you have a comment about the program before? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, the only comment I wanted to make is when we talk about effects, the small effect to the middle school is that to help the high school with this cut, we would just lose one section, so we would not have a traveling person. I think we understand that, we understand that we all share the responsibility for what cards have been dealt us. And we all need to be participatory as to there's going to be some pain involved. So not everything is very, very easy. And I guess I just want to commend our administrative staff for taking a very hard look at all these issues, because it's not just a high school issue, it's not just a middle school issue, it's a district issue, but more importantly, this is a state issue. And boards of education throughout the state of Wisconsin are going through the same things we are all going through. And I represent a community member, parent, and also an employee. And it doesn't leave a good taste in my mouth at all. So the point I'm trying to make is that there are ripple effects. And have they been discussed and so forth? Absolutely.
John?
Are tech ed teachers qualified to do numerous things, or with the retirement of the individual, what specific program would we not be offering next year?
Again, with the departments, and just, I want to make clarification on the number, it's going to go from 6 to 5, not 5 to 4, 6 to 5. With all of the departments, I have to commend our high school staff. This is something that's being done to them that obviously they did not want done to them. And I've been very much impressed and proud to be a part of them when we place this, because they have played a part in deciding just exactly how they're going to restructure. And what the staff has done is they've rolled up their sleeves, again, obviously reluctantly, but understanding that it's something that is more than likely going to happen or is happening. And they've helped and assisted in playing a part as just exactly how they're going to restructure. I mean, to the end of which classes and how many sections, I'm not sure.
So I guess the question is I don't know what the programs, but can the people there teach anything, or if you know electronics, you can only, you're certified to teach certain subjects, and I don't know if tech ed is a broad certification or specific.
Both. Both. There are some that have fairly broad certification, and there's some that have some specific certification. And we will work within those realms to be able to reconfigure, with the help of the department, to get the programs that are most valuable of what we can produce for the kids.
Any other discussion on the tech ed position?
Just
Carrie.
to clarify for John, if I remember right, I looked at that sheet, and the person that is retiring, what he taught compared to what the other teachers taught, and I think there was overlap. I don't know if he taught metals, but there was another person that taught that same subject. If he taught something else, there was another instructor that taught that same subject. I don't know if he personally taught just one particular subject himself. I don't think so. I'm not sure though.
Thank you, Carrie. Is there any other discussion? There's a motion on the table to vacate or eliminate that high school technology position, 1 FTE. There's no further discussion. Ready to do a roll call vote? Sue?
Tom Muller.
Abstain.
Colin Niemeyer.
Nay.
Louise Schatz.
Aye.
Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Nay.
Carrie Kayla.
Reluctantly, aye.
John Cron.
Nay.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye.
5-3-1.
5-3-1. Motion carries.
Yes.
Vacated the tech ed position.
Number 4, I recommend that the board vacate, eliminate 1 FTE high school health driver education position.
Any discussion? Lynn?
The health piece, how are we going to cover that?
We're moving Mr. Arneson from the middle school and that 25% AD position there, which will be eliminated up to the high school to handle as much of that as we can and restructuring within that department.
Brenda?
Have we had any discussion with Mr. Yuska concerning what he proposed this evening already?
I have not had a discussion with him about what he talks about tonight. That was kind of the first time I'd heard that. It doesn't necessarily relate to the health, it relates to the driver education component. And one thing he didn't mention, and he may not know, but in Madison, on the table also, he talked about the state aid for driver education, $100 for students. That's also one of the items that's on the table for elimination, like the teach money as part of the budget adjustment. So, and I agree with him that we have 2, 3, maybe 4 vendors in our area, in town and in Wausau, that provide driving instruction, and they provide right now classroom and behind the wheel. And we work with them right now to do the behind the wheel component of it during the day. So that wouldn't change. It's just a matter of how that classroom portion in particular is developed with the other vendors, and it creates opportunities for them as well And with some likelihood, if the state eliminates the driver ed categorical aid, that would put a bigger hole in that. And I suspect that that's a fair likelihood.
Lynn, is there additional savings on insurance? Surely we have to pay insurance for these young drivers.
There is savings, and actually that's a component of number 5 when we eliminate the program.
Go ahead. I would like to combine 4 and 5 in a motion, and I would move to vacate / eliminate 1 FTE high school health driver ed position and move to no longer provide a high school driver education program.
Do we have a second to that motion? Louise?
Second it.
Any discussion, Lynn?
No.
Louise? Jeff, did you have a comment?
Just a comment that maybe it might be something to take a look at. I've talked with Bob that, possibility too, maybe about applying it to maybe some type of summer school program or summer school instruction. But again, that's going to rely on just exactly what the state does with funding. But that might be an opportunity to visit, as to offer maybe classroom instruction as well, or continue that. We do that currently, maybe to expand upon that during the summer.
But again, vacate, eliminate doesn't mean we can.
Come back to
Any other discussion on that motion? Motion is to vacate or eliminate the health driver education position, and in addition to that, the high school driver education program. Any other discussion? Seeing none, everyone clear on the motion? Okay, Sue, roll call vote.
Colin Meyer.
Aye.
Louise Schutt. Aye. Lynn Zutner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Terry Taylor. Aye. John Crone.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer. Aye. Tom Muller.
Aye.
Pat Bird.
Aye. That motion carries. Thank you. Number 6,
Okay, number 6, and we'll talk a little bit about this one. I recommend that the 5 positions on layoff status, 2 teachers at the middle school, 2 at the elementary school, and 1 high school band position remain on layoff status at this time, that those positions neither be recalled or vacated or eliminated, so that we can get a better handle on it, hopefully in the next few weeks when Joint Finance finishes its work and see what's going to happen with those funds. This is a little bit different also relative to the status of the staff. We have people who are on layoff, which the bottom line means is that for a 2-year period, in the worst scenario, should they remain on layoff status and more funds become available during that 2-year period, if there's a vacancy that exists that we're going to fill that they're certified for, they have first opportunity to come back to those positions, whether they be elementary positions or middle school positions or music positions or whatever they might be certified for. So from my perspective at this time, it's kind of a difficult one because we're in the middle of this muddy mess with not knowing what's going on at the state level. And hopefully that'll help to clarify where we are with this bottom dollar amount here and this bottom dollar amount over here as we go through this process in the next couple of weeks, maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
Diane, did you want to speak?
I'm not going to present any new information. I guess my purpose, our purpose here as a department is a couple-fold. And they're going to hear the same questions, Mr. Harrington, that I've been asking for the last 2 months. And then I guess more of informational for you so that you understand that we've been in limbo for 2 months now as far as the high school band position. And because of the nature of what we do and what we've been able to provide our students in the past, we are significantly behind in the preparation that we can go forward with in order to offer the same programs that we have in the past. Particularly, we're talking about the preparation it takes to get things in line for our marching program. And the question, the million-dollar question is, when will we know? Because our time our time clock is running. And if, and please don't take this as a threat, it's just more informational. If we don't know by the next board meeting if the position's coming back or not, we have to start making the other plans. And we've got 2 plans going right now, and we're doing this every day, okay? How do we do it if we got 4 people? How do we do it if we have 5 people? And our kids need to know, because the kids need to make a decision if they're going to continue the program based on what we are able to offer them. The high school administration needs to know, because they're trying to get things done. So I guess the question is that, do we know when that can be decided? Or can you tell us tonight, go ahead and plan for 4 people, and we understand that even if the 5th position comes back in June, that you understand that we can't offer a competitive marching program next year. We're going to have to take a year off. I hope, deep down in my heart, that that position comes back. But people need to understand, if it comes back June, we cannot offer the same programs. We are, right now, we have a music arranger that's hanging out there, and he could have music to us by the end of June. That leaves us 1 month to get percussion written, color guard written, and a drill, and be able to start teaching our students in August. That is going to be a miracle to pull that off, and to have it be at the level of success that this community is used to doing. And can it be done? With a lot of hard work, it can. And in my heart, I would like to find any way possible to keep that program and that offering for our students available. But we want to make sure that you understand that we really want people to understand that if we don't know, we're going to have to go with the 4-person plan, and if the 5th person comes, that's great. But we still are not going to be able to offer that for our students next fall. It just simply is going to be impossible. You know, and a side note, I want to also allay the comments that Kurt said about the technology position. And I also want to address my elation that you have a recommendation to replace the art position, because I think those are some areas in our school that you, like Kurt said, those are what those kids come to school for. That's what keeps them coming. And I look at all these positions at the high school that are being eliminated, and I start adding up numbers in my head. How many kids are going to be roaming the hallways? How many kids are not going to be able to be in a classroom? Is that what's going to be good for our atmosphere? Is that going to be good for our test results? I mean, if we don't have kids in the classroom, how are they going to do? That's just a side note to that. But I think we just need to look, can we afford not to offer these things for our students? Is it going to cost us more money in the long run due to other things? You know, I think we have to look at all those things. It can't be just, you know, can we afford the position? My question is, can we afford not to have the positions and the programs that keep those kids coming to the school? So I'm not sure, you know, in your discussion here, if you can answer that. But we have a lot of options out there, and I'm not at liberty right now to share any of those with you because we haven't made any concrete decisions. And so as a staff, as parents, as community people that are interested in what's going to be happening, we just need to know, you know, what should we plan for? You know, should we plan for 4 people? Should we wait another 2 weeks and see what happens budget-wise to see if we have any new, you know, information that you can make a decision on that? We just kind of need to know, because we're in limbo right now, and we need to move forward in order to create a very positive program for our students, and one that's going to measure up to the level of success that we have had in the past. And as a staff, we're committed to only producing excellence, as is all of our staff here. We don't want to do anything mediocre, just like nobody wants to do anything mediocre, but we have to know, because it takes a lot of planning and preparation. If we have to redo our curriculum, that's going to take a lot of time this summer to reconfigure that. So I guess I'm just asking for, we're asking for some guidance. Should we wait 2 more weeks and see what happens, or should we go forth with a plan that has 4 positions versus 5 positions so that we can move on and let our kids know what's going to be happening? So those are my comments.
Thank you.
I'll comment on a couple of them, and you kind of reinforced a point that I only sort of made when I was talking about the other positions relative to doing schedules. and you're doing a couple of different schedules. I know that that's been true with the math department and the English department and tech ed, and they've been doing different schedules, whatever. Elementary is doing 3 or 4 schedules because they don't know about SAGE people coming back. You know, and what happens with SAGE and a teacher and all these other things. And we're all in the same limbo. And I'm hoping that there's some definition in the next few weeks, but I don't have control over that. I don't have control. I think I said earlier, almost tongue-in-cheek, that I would just assume the legislature and the governor said, okay, we're going to eliminate 2/3 funding, we're going to freeze it, we're going to freeze the property tax, and we're going to lose, $1.5 million. Well, we would know where we would be, and we could deal with it miserably and move on. But being in this limbo land, it's really hard to deal with. I can't disagree at all. I'd love to know what the date was, and I'd love to know what the number is, but I don't.
I have a couple other questions on the 2 elementary positions with those kindergarten positions.
It would depend upon the circumstance of any given building. And the elementary principals have met several times talking about, okay, if we only have this many teachers, are we going to look at combination first, second grade at Midway, second, third grade at Scott, all kinds of things looking at worst scenarios. I know Ms. McConnell is here concerned about classes at the Washington School. If we end up having to have 1 less classroom teacher there, we're going to have some 5th grade classes that are going to be really big. They're going to be really big. Now, the one thing that might save us a little bit with the elementary is if we get at least half of the SAGE money. Then we'll be able to do some things with the elementary positions that we can't do with other ones. But at this point, there's no guarantee with that either.
Okay, excuse me. And then the 2 middle school. Well, I recall one was math.
One was math, one's language, and then that's again a matter of reconfiguring who's doing
Teams.
what. Yep, teams, shuffling people.
Where's Tim here? Where's Jan here?
Tim's here. Jan.
How do you see those positions refigured?
Well,
The middle school.
to be quite candid, one of the shifts, it goes back to what is the ripple effect on our first ripple effect is that we're actually looking at 1 less 6th grade teacher. Second thing we need to look at is what opportunities do we have for a 6th grade teacher to be in a 8th grade position that is currently on layoff. We have to look at certification. I mean, we have some possibilities and so forth. We feel the same limbo land as everybody else does. And again, we have contingencies for this, that, or the other. But, our real, one of the questions that came up tonight was, what about the retirements in these areas? We don't really have a retirement in 6th grade where we really need to reduce from 9 homerooms to 8 homerooms. So we're in a situation where layoffs are necessary so that we can look over time to reduce a homeroom section. So we're in a little bit of a pickle that way, and we're going to have to make some decisions pretty soon too.
I guess then the next thing is why we don't really have to deal with this. They're on layoff.
That's right. I'm recommending that nothing be done with it, that we hold our breath, we make telephone calls, we write letters, we do whatever we can with the legislators to get them to move in a positive direction.
Okay. I will tell you, where's Diane? Diane, I will tell you that I'm prepared to vacate the school position. It'll help you out. You'll know that it's going to be 4. I mean, I understand that limbo thing is really tough. But it doesn't sound like everybody's got their act together in terms of exactly how you do it at elementary and exactly how you do it at middle school. So I guess I just would leave all 5 of these positions, but we're going to have to act on it eventually, right? Okay.
Yes, you are. And I'm hoping that we'll have better definition in a short period of time. Number 7 is to vacate an elementary position as a result of a retirement, but it doesn't necessarily mean the position that was at the Washington Elementary School. It would be a reconfiguration of wherever things take place, and if we get SAGE money, all of that could change. One of the things that I look at as a difference between my recommendation to post the art in addition to the qualities of the program, is that it will be more difficult, I believe, to find art applicants than it will be to find elementary teacher applicants. I just know that there's a greater pool of elementary qualified applicants than there will be of art applicants. So, in addition to the fact that we only have 2 art positions, it'll be more difficult to find somebody to fill that. And there may be some transfers and the like that take place with that as well. But that's another factor in this thought process as we go down the line. Availability.
HR question. People on layoff status can purchase COBRA insurance. I mean, layoff, they're not going to get any benefits except they could, on their own, purchase extending insurance.
They're eligible for COBRA.
Do we have any fiscal responsibility to lay off staff?
No.
But what would be the advantage? Why would I stay in the limbo of being laid off much past the time that I would want to apply for another position? If I was on a layoff status?
You wouldn't want to.
You wouldn't want to.
Only if you had a great desire to stay in a particular community.
So I guess my point is, if we leave, is this more damaging or is this more confusing to staff by just leaving them in, besides the program, but leaving people in limbo?
It's tough on people, but because we don't have definition from the state as to what's going to happen with funding, it's impossible for us to know exactly what the amounts are that we're going to be looking at. The people that are in layoff status still have positions now. They're still covered. I'll make a point of that, now I've lost it. I can't think of it. I'll come back to it.
Are you done, Mike? Well, just the COBRA insurance for those particular staff people would end as of, I mean, the regular insurance coverage would end as
I
of.
believe it's August 1st.
August 31st.
31st? 31st.
Thank you.
Covers through the summer.
I was just going to comment, I would assume that people on layoff status, regardless of whether the position is vacated or not, are certainly free to seek employment. I mean, it's not as if they're tied to us, and I would certainly understand if they would look for something else given that situation.
That was my point. Think about life in public education in the state of Wisconsin or anywhere right now. Are there a lot of schools who are adding staff?
There are some?
Preponderance?
No.
No. Most schools are laying off and reducing staff. So teachers who have an opportunity to remain with the system, even on layoff for a while, oftentimes do that because they have that. That's a security they have. And many of them will look. They'll try to find another permanent position, but they become the lowest senior person in that new school. And hopefully they're going to a school that's not going to be in an economic condition, a budgetary condition like we are.
I'm sorry, Colin, did you have your hand?
Yeah, I wanted to just make a comment on the band position. And just the fact that I do think it is, not to downplay the 2 middle school positions or the 2 elementary school positions by any means, because they're very important as well. But Diane does bring up good points when they're dealing with, and I wasn't in marching band, I was in choir, but it's something that we really need to think about. Whether, is there any way that we could do a recall vote to bring that band position back? Because it's just too important of a program, in my opinion, coming from outside the community. Just the camaraderie in that program, the amount of business it brings into the community, the pride in it, the amount of students that are involved in that program, and it's going to affect a lot of people. There's kids, not only the kids at the high school, but the kids at the middle school, or the kids, I don't know if they're thinking about it in grade school, but I'm sure they're thinking about it in middle school, whether they want to be part of that marching band. And the competitive aspect of it, I think, is just too important for us not to make a decision on it, and instead of leaving them in limbo, because we're not going to know a state budget in 2 weeks. It's going to be, I think it's gonna be much later than that. And when Diane says that they can't put together a program, they can't put together a program. It takes time. I don't think she would sit up here and lie to us about that. It's just a matter of, we need to put the cards on the table and let them know tonight, I think.
Frank?
Okay, and you make some good points, and the band program is a great program. They do great things. And they have the very good fortune to have a group of supporters that other groups don't have, that are also equally, I suspect, important and valuable programs. And you know, the one that I use all the time, and I'm running threadbare on it, is we don't have a group of elementary parents that support an elementary library position. We only have 2 of those left now for 7 buildings. And that's important. We're limiting 1 English position at the high school. That's important. The band position is important. The first grade position at Midway is important, or at Washington. They're all important. They're all good programs. And it's difficult, if not impossible, to gradate each one of those, prioritize them. And I know that keeping people in limbo is a terrible thing, and I feel that myself because I feel like that was the whole budget, you know, as an entity. But I'm trying to extend some hope that maybe something will happen in a positive way. And on the other hand, and I said, come on, state, lop our heads off and let's just move ahead and do whatever we have to do. So, you know, that's the side of it you need to think about also.
Okay.
It's frustrating.
It is.
This is on the agenda, Colin, and that leaves it open to a motion. If someone wishes to make a motion, it's the recommendation of administration to leave the layoffs positions alone at this point in time, but that doesn't preclude someone from making a motion on any one of those points within there. So, just so you're aware of that.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to recall the 1 high school band position.
So I have a motion on the table to recall the high school band director. Do I have a second?
Point of order, that
Yes.
should be a motion to rescind the layoff notice.
Yes.
Thank you, Colin.
And I will second
Thank
that.
you, John. So your motion is to rescind the layoff notice, Colin.
Yes, and I will second that motion.
Second by John. Any further discussion, Colin? Colin, any further discussion?
No.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
I missed your nod. John?
My only point is I feel the band is Merrill. It has been Merrill for a long time. I feel the community has recently voted that way, and I think at least we owe it to the community to make a roll call vote on this motion.
Thank you, John. Any other discussion? Louise?
I also agree that the band is a very important part of our program. However, when we say that the band is Merrill, a lot of people look to us for our academic excellence as well. And the band is more visible than 1 English position or 1 math position or a first grade teacher or these other things. And you know, as visible and as good as they are in their performance, I think we have to think about the impact on the first graders, the English students, the math kids. You know, mathematics is something that we're struggling with and we need to do better in. And yet, we're going to have to cut a math position as well. So, you know, I sympathize with this problem, but I think we have to really look at the effect that all of these cuts have, and they're all very bad decisions to make for programs.
Lynn?
I guess I'll just tell you, I'm not going to support this, and I can't support this because I have not heard one replacement of 45 grand. You give me a legitimate additional cut of 45 grand that would keep that, and and I might even consider it. And I was in the band for 4 years in school and still play my flute. But that's not the point here. The point is 1 point whatever million. That's the point. I don't even feel that I have the luxury of comparing what would be my favorite thing on here. I don't even, I cannot I can't do that. It has to be done. So that's where I'm coming from on this. We can't afford the luxury of favorites. We can't. We have a fiscal responsibility to our community and to our school district. Pretty blunt.
Yeah, when the vote occurred a few weeks ago, I voted against the motion to lay off that position. That was based on my belief at that point we were looking at a roughly $1 to $1.1 million reduction, and looking at Mr. Harrington's list of $1.4 million that he gave to us as possibilities. My justification for voting for to try to retain that position was I thought there were higher priorities. That the band director band position was a higher priority than some of the other things on that $1.4 million list. I guess tonight I'm not quite sure how to vote because it looks like the budget situation has shifted significantly. And I guess again, you're right, Lynn, it's a fiscal issue. I mean, it comes down to that. I guess I'm not sure how to vote it tonight, given the changes in the budget. Perhaps next meeting we'll know a little bit more, and I guess maybe we could have a more specific presentation on what we're looking at now. I guess then I would be willing and able to vote. But again, the target is still there, but I think what we have available to meet, what we have to meet, I'm not quite sure of as I was when you spoke a few weeks ago at 1.1. So at this point, I guess I'm reluctant to vote on it simply because I don't know what our new target is.
Couple of things. On that 3-column list, I have about $80,000 in athletics and co-curricular. I cannot do that unless I cut entire sports programs. I can't do it. So I'm looking at $20,000 to $25,000. We've got one gymnastics program on there. I can't do $80,000 worth of co-curricular unless whole sports go. Okay? Several of them, not just one or two, several of them. We don't have $1 million worth of stuff. I've got $360,000, and we've got stuff every year. We don't have $1 million worth of stuff to cut anymore. It isn't there. We don't have $1 million worth of administrators to cut. It's not there. It's going to have to happen in these other staff positions. That's all there is to it. And there's no simple answer. None of them are good. Life's not going to get better for a while. It's not going to remain the same. It's probably going to be more difficult. And the things that we have left for us to do, we need to make sure that we do them as at the very highest level that we can, best quality. And I'm sorry to be this guy running around with a black cloak and a sickle over my shoulder all the time, but right now, that's the fiscal state reality. And until we hear otherwise, I don't have any other news for you.
I know you had your hand up, Joe, but you did speak before, so I'm sorry.
No.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, the only possibility, or where I've been told that I haven't seen brought up on the reductions, and that came from Mr. Hetfeld, former president of the union, is that it is board directives that result in a lot of pullouts, which result in substitute teacher costs. And I don't have the numbers. He gave me the number that could save us $80,000. I'd like to, know what could be saved by reducing some of the pullouts, because we do have, is it a monthly in service, and why isn't that sufficient for the needs that pullouts do? But, that was a number given to me that I had no way of verifying, because the budget I have just has substitute teachers as one lump sum.
Each year for the past several years, we've reduced staff travel. I'm trying to remember what the number was when I came. 1,600 days of the entire staff during travel, and I think right now we're allocating, Mr. Mickey, 600? 600 days, yes. 600. We've lopped 1,000 off of that in 6 years. And a good chunk of that is staff development, travel, going, whatever. You have to have some staff development. You can't eliminate it all. And even in the stuff side of the list, under curriculum and some of those components, there's a little bit more of that being chiseled away. There isn't a whole lot there to continue to work with.
Colin?
I guess I've always just kind of wondered about this sheet, where it came from, and why we're not looking at the entire budget. Because when I look at the entire budget, or when I look at administrative salaries, I don't even add up where the $75,000 comes from for the two that are leaving. It adds up to more when I look at administrative salaries. So I'm wondering how this list was developed, and is there not other things on the other list that we couldn't be looking at? For example, one thing that did pop out at me was like $100,000 for the board. For PR. No, not for our salaries, but it was something else. It was
The total board budget is probably $100,000+, but it includes expenses beyond your control. CISA contracts, there's other things that you don't have control over, but they have to be placed somewhere in the budget for expenditure, and the board gets them. My budget is what, $135,000 or something? No, that's something like that. Most of that is for legal fees, for expulsions, all kinds of activities that take place, defense of lawsuits and the like. So my real budget's pretty small. If you want to look at the entire budget packet, it's, I don't know, what, 120 pages long, single-spaced. I mean, it's minutia plus. That's what I was talking with Tom about before. We go through those things and try to sift it out, and in the end, that's where these general numbers come from. They come from a reduction of all of those other things.
I guess from the same standpoint as Tom, it's hard for me to make judgments in regards to eliminating teachers if I don't look at the whole picture. If I look at this sheet, which doesn't actually really tell me much as far as how it's going to affect the staff and the people around them, and I made a vote for all of these positions, it's really hard for me to do this, being new to the board. Right. And I can't see how anyone, even sitting on the board, could vote on these without having more information. It's just so hard to even fathom that.
Okay. This is going to sound negative, and it's not meant to be. But if you want to do all of that, you don't need me or any of the other principals or administrators. You can do that. That's why you hire us. You hire us to do all these things, go through all the paperwork, to try to get together with all of the different entities, sift it down, and come up with a plausible, probable recommendation. And I know that you've not been part of the board, and it's going to take you at least a full year and probably 2, Carrie.
Correct.
Before you really get a good grasp for the entire cycle and have some understanding of it. Who is doing the vouchers tonight? Tom and Karen. And what does Fund 50 stand for?
Oh, let me see, Fund 50, I don't remember now. Fund 10, I know the general fund
Okay.
is Fund 10. 27 was special ed, and 50 was meals. Food service. There we go.
Okay. And so we've got about 5 big funds. And within each one of those funds, we've got 25 sub-funds. And with each one of those sub-funds, there's probably 50 others. And it's minutia plus. And it just takes a long time to get a feel for it. And you and John, like Brenda and Carrie last year, are in a real difficult circumstance because you haven't had the opportunity to go through a year's cycle of all of these things. And you've come on to a governmental body at a point in time in history when life is less fun than it could be. If you'd come on the board in the 90s, when life was swell and we were doing all kinds of things, it'd be like falling off a log. to make any of these additional, or make additions. But life's just plain tough right now, and I wish I could bring you up to speed in 30 seconds, and I can't do that.
In addition to that, Colin, just like the piece that Frank talked about before that you and John didn't get with the high school schedules and the numbers and the teachers, we have had probably volumes of paperwork behind these numbers. So, you know, it's unfortunate that you're starting at a time when you have to make decisions on something, but we'll try to get you a lot of the background on that too. Brenda? Kurt?
Two things. The one thing that pains me about all this, when I was growing up, it seemed like I had all kinds of opportunities as far as my education went. And our kids are growing up in an era where they're not going to have that. That frightens me. And it's just the way it is. And I guess I'd like to ask Diane if it's possible somehow to restructure and still have marching band.
We've been discussing, and there might be, but at this point in the game, it would be nearly impossible because of the timing and everything that has to be put in place. As a department, we just feel that that's not something that's going to be successful. And it doesn't mean that a year from now, after we have some time to look at things, it might not be a possibility. I mean, it may be a possibility, but right now, for one person to tackle that and to try and make it happen, I think would, personally, if it was me, I'd probably be in the Lincoln County Hospital Mental Institute for starting September. So, you know, as much in my heart as I believe in what it offers our kids and that it's important in the community, I just don't think one person at this stage in the game, if we were talking about this back in January or February and we knew for sure, then maybe there might be some possibilities with additional people hired for assistance. Now those people have already been hired out to other schools. So not only are you reducing this position, but the resources that we tapped into, we didn't want anybody to commit to working with our kids if we didn't know if we were going to have the program or not, because for a lot of those people, that's their livelihood, you know. So at this stage in the game, I don't think so. Not in the realm that we are used to seeing it here in Merrill. And I guess just the other point I want to make is that there's very few other programs that if the position is brought back in June or even in July, that it's going to alter how they offer their curriculum. May mean they may not have to teach as many sections, but in our case, it really affects the curriculum we're able to offer our students. And so I guess that's why we need to move forward. And again, I just wanted to say that I think it's a part of the pie that you have to look at. You have to ask yourself, can we afford not to have this? Not just for our students, but I come back to three things when I look at this. I come back to students, parents, and community members. And those are the three things that have supported and built this program to bring some real pride. Yes, Louise, you're right. We're very visible. But I hope that visibility would be a positive thing for our school and for our community. And in a time when budget crunches are terrible and we have to be looking at negative things, I couldn't think of a better thing to try and maintain to help keep a positive view of our school and try and keep a positive atmosphere as people come into our community through the activities that we offer. Our fall marching program brings in 20 schools that students wouldn't normally come to our community, parents wouldn't normally come to our community, similar to the hockey program, similar to all those kind of programs. I think you got to really dig deep and you got to ask yourself what's going to keep Merrill a positive place for people to come and want to bring people here. And I know I'm very biased, but again, we are an advocate, we're an ambassador for the city and for our school. And I guess you have to answer the question in your heart, can we afford not to have this program and the other programs that are an outreach to our community?
Okay, wait a minute. I've got Paul. Do you have something to add to the question?
Well,
because, you know, I have to wear two hats in the district, you know, human resource director and elementary principal. And as a human resource director and just listening, I can't disagree with anything that anybody said tonight. It pains me to eliminate any position in the district. But I have to take off that hat for a second. I hope you don't mind, and put on my elementary principal hat at Midway School. And just caution the board that, you know, when you're making decisions like this, you are establishing a priority. And I believe you know that. But right now, what we're facing at Midway School is split grades in 3 grades if we keep the layoff and a teacher is not replaced. At Washington, it could be higher class sizes. At Jefferson, it could be higher class sizes. At the middle school, it would be higher class sizes. So be very cautious when you vote tonight on what kind of priority that you're sending to the rest of the staff and to the community as a whole as to what the priority the board has for bringing these positions back. I hope we can bring them all back. You know, the human resource side of me hopes we can bring them all back. It may not happen, but again, the elementary principal side of me has to step up and say something for the kids at Midway School.
Jeff?
Thank you. I just wanted to remark on what Kurt had to ask, and marching band could be offered. At a recent board meeting, we presented an example of what our schedule...
Excuse me, wait a minute.
Stop. Technicality. Jeff wasn't here when you got permission for somebody
Make a
Jeff
motion
can
so
speak.
Jeff can speak with floor privileges for Jeff.
Sure, I would move to grant floor privileges.
Do I have a second?
Could I also have floor privileges, Catherine Poofall?
Okay, wait a minute. Second on that? Okay. On the same issue?
Yes.
Catherine?
Very brief statement. 2 sentences.
You need another
No.
motion, or you
No.
need to add her?
Let's vote on Jeff. All those in favor of floor privileges for Jeff signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? Okay. Let's do Jeff's comment and then I'll come back to you, Ken.
Thank you very much. As I was saying, at one of the previous board meetings, we did present an example of our schedule and or our new curriculum. And in that curriculum, we did lop off the marching band program. And I think we owe it to you, Kurt, and to the board, and especially to our community and our supporters to explain that once more very briefly. If you can envision our curriculum as a pyramid, all the stuff that we do is at the bottom and the marching band would be at the top. So if we lopped off something else in our program, we're taking a bite out of the pyramid or out of the bottom of the pyramid, and it very well, eventually that pyramid might crumble. It'd be like tipping the pyramid upside down and trying to balance it on the marching program. The marching program, because of its nature, it takes all the skills that we've done in our program, it uses those skills and adds more skills to it. It's a higher level thing. And because of that, because of those extensive preparations that are needed to put all those skills together, that's why we are on a deadline here. So if we get the position back, that's great. We could go forward and put that marching program back into place. If we don't get that position back, and later on, in June, you decide to rescind that or recall that position, we owe it to you to inform you, and our community and our supporters to inform you, yes, we'll take the position back, we will work as hard as we can to bring that marching band program back, but we don't want people coming to us for this following year saying, hey, wait a minute, we got the position back, where's the marching band program? Because it does take time, it does take preparation to do that. So we hope we get the position back as early as it can. If we get it back in June, we will work very diligently to bring that program back as early as we can. However, it's going to be difficult because of the nature of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for answering the question. Catherine, were you here during the public comment time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I guess in the interest of trying to move things along, if you have a brief comment, if you write it down, I'll be happy to read it. Thank you. Joe, you did have floor privileges, but you've already spoken.
I understand, but I'm only asking for 30 seconds.
But if I let you speak, then I have to let Catherine speak.
Yeah, and I think you should, Madam President.
I understand that.
Well, I'd like to ask the board to render the decision then, Madam President, instead of you, because I did have floor privileges.
Okay, I'm making a determination that, that Joe has used his floor privileges to speak, and he did speak about the band issue. That's a board ruling, and it can be challenged. So if someone wishes to challenge the ruling of the chair, we can vote on it.
I would challenge the
Okay. There's a challenge to the ruling of the chair. If you vote aye, you uphold the ruling of the chair that we do not extend further floor privileges to someone who has already spoken. If you vote nay, the ruling of the chair will be reversed, and we will grant Mr. Prince the opportunity to speak again. Everybody ready to vote? Clear on the motion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Okay, so it's a motion on the ruling of the chair. I oppose the ruling of the chair. Nay says that my ruling is something we don't want to go along with. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Anyone abstaining? Have I have 3 nays? 4 nays? 4. Okay. Ruling of the chair is upheld.
So am I.
Okay. Are we getting close to voting on the motion? Any other discussion that's new? Tom?
I know there is a motion on the floor, and I'm also recalling that, and I want to make sure that I heard Ms. McCauley correctly, that the next meeting date, which I believe is May 14th, would be sort of a critical time in terms of knowing the status for the band position. I would like to suggest amending Colin's motion, and to the extent that we could postpone this vote until the next meeting. And part of my reason for doing that is I would like then to get another presentation of our target for budget reduction at that time. You know, tonight we got some new information about health insurance. You know, things are changing all the time. I guess I'd like to put it off 2 weeks and then make a decision on this issue.
You have to make a motion to
So I would
postpone. It would not be amended.
I would make a motion to postpone this vote until the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have a second to the motion to postpone? Colin. Okay. All right, we'll be voting on a motion to postpone to the, is it May 14th meeting, to the May 14th meeting, the motion that's on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, guess we'll have to do a roll call vote. Sue?
Louise Shutt. Nay. Lynn Zentner. Nay.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Carrie Keeler.
Nay.
John Cronin.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
Nay.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Meyer.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Nay.
4 ayes and 5 nays.
That motion for the motion on the table is to rescind the layoff notice to the high school band teacher. Is there any further discussion or new discussion on that? If there is none, then we are ready to do a roll call vote. Sue?
Pat, could you
Explain
read
the
that
vote.
one more
Oh,
time?
sure. Okay, it's a motion to rescind the layoff notice to the high.
Tonight, vote on them, bring them all back, because I do feel we can find it in other places if we look hard enough. And that the only reason that I want to do the band one is because of the urgency of the timing and the fact that if we don't let them know within a couple weeks here, we're not going to have the program even if we bring them back in June. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? Okay, Sue.
Lynn Zentner.
Okay, wait. Read the
Motion to rescind the
Nay.
layoff notice.
Nay.
Kurt Eckes.
Nay.
Carrie Taylor.
Nay.
John Crone.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
I'll abstain.
Tom Muller.
Abstain pending more information on the budget.
Cullen Niemeyer.
Aye.
Louise Schatz.
Nay.
Pat Berg.
Nay.
Failed, 252.
Motion failed. So position remains on layoff. Any other discussion on the layoff notices? None. We'll move on to recommend that the number 7, the board vacate or eliminate one elementary teaching
Right,
position.
that's the number 7 piece.
Barb, you wanted to speak on that?
I guess my question is, maybe in the meantime it's been answered. It's not specific to an individual. However, my understanding is the likely result would be that the 5th grade classes next year at Washington School would be 30 students in each class.
One result might be that the 5th grade classes would be larger. Another result might be that the midway classes will all be combination classes. Another result could be SAGE money coming in and none of the above happen.
I guess my concern is the class that is coming through Washington is a bubble class. It will be gone after that. And I know specifically to that class, there are in relationship to some classes, a lot of needy students. The other piece to elementary education is our district is asking and encouraging teachers to use writer's workshop, guided reading, balanced math initiatives in our building. Those all take individualized instruction, time, and record keeping for individual students. If I have 30 students in my classroom next year, I will not be doing guided reading. I will not be doing balanced math. It would be too difficult, particularly if in addition to having 30 students, there are a number of students who need lots of individual attention. If there's record keeping on keeping them on track with homework issues, correspondence with parents, meetings after school, etc., etc. I know that you're saying it's not specific to that. I just needed to say that it would be very detrimental to all 60 of those students to be in classrooms of 30 kids. And I guess as long as if I can speak to about the other layoffs, I have 3 children of my own, as well as being a relatively new teacher to the district. I would like to speak for the kids who don't have parents who come to board meetings and who don't have parents who are understanding of the proceedings and know that their vote matters and have the time and the energy to come to board meetings and say, please don't cut tech ed. That's the only class my kid will come to. It's the only class that my child comes home and talks about. There are lots and lots of families in Merrill who don't have parents who talk, and for whatever reason. And I think that there are many, many, many students whose parents aren't here to push for not cutting. And the people, I think, my general impression is that students who are in band are oftentimes top students. They're the high achievers. And I hope that we don't forget about the students who are not top achievers. I think they need the public education more. They rely on your job and my job more than the high achieving kids do. So I just wanted to offer that also.
Thank you, Barb. Tom?
Just to respond to that, yes, the top achievers are in band, but there are 120-some students in band, and they are not the 120 top students in our district. Band, just as tech ed, just as art, does attract a certain number of students. That is the only activity that they get involved with. Those students from grade school on up have been looking forward to participating in that. So, yes, the top achievers, whatever we cut, they're going to continue to be the top achievers. And I agree with you, and certainly that's why I voted to not vacate the tech ed position. Those students are definitely something that we have to consider, and we will possibly see more at-risk students, more dropouts, you know, in certain areas if we do not find ways to offer things, you know. But don't assume that everybody in band falls into that top achiever. There's a number of students that if it wasn't for band, they would be in that at-risk group as well.
Kurt.
I don't know if I should say this because Mr. Schramm left, but he brought up the idea of pyramid. And what Mrs. McConnell was talking about is the big pyramid. And elementary level frightens the hell out of me when you start cutting there.
One of the things that, and I know, one of the things you need to do is to look at this sheet. And the elementary numbers are also going down. They're not getting bigger. Our kindergarten numbers are getting smaller. And Barb's right. The fifth grade class at Washington is going to be a big class. And those things ripple through the system. So our student population changes across the district, but the elementary as well. And you know, we're bound to look at the number of staff members relative to the number of students at each one of those levels as our enrollment declines. It's a difficult subject to deal with. We've been saying the same thing all night for everything. And I'm glad that Mrs. McConnell, you know, indicated like I did, there aren't a group of parents who come out and cheer on elementary classes or English classes or tech ed classes or elementary library and like to support. That doesn't happen. But they're important.
And we have 3 elementary positions on the list. 2 are on layoff and 1 is retirement.
Right.
And you're recommending vacation of 1 of those positions?
Yes.
Lynn?
I move to vacate 1 elementary teaching position.
Do I have a second to that motion? Carrie?
I will second that.
Any other discussion, Lynn?
No, but I totally agree with what Barb said. This is public ed. We are charged with teaching all students. And we're charged in a very difficult fiscal time. So it's hard for me to hear a very good teacher like you saying, I can't do this, I can't do that. And I don't like the band saying, I can't do this, I can't do that. There's no room for that now. I mean, and I'm not just directly at you. There's just no room for that attitude. This is what we're dealt. We must move forward, and we're all going to work together to do the best we can. And I know you will. That's not the point. But I'm just saying, we can't say, I won't, I can't. It's just not acceptable. And we have to. We have to, as elected officials. We have this much tax money, and this is how we have to spend it. So, it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, Barb.
Carrie, anything?
And I agree exactly with what you said. I have a son that if he wasn't in the tech programs, he'd be gone at the high school. I do agree. I understand. I don't want to cut any position. I don't think anybody here wants to cut any position. I guess it doesn't make it easier for me, but in a way it does, that a lot of these positions have been retirements. I feel a little more comfortable because it's a retirement instead of saying, I'm sorry, I have to eliminate your job. You know, the person retired, I know the job's not going to be there, but I personally feel a wee bit more comfortable doing it that way. I don't want to do it at all.
Thank you, Carrie. Brenda?
Again, I'd like to hear back after the dust has settled, and perhaps we won't have to wait. You know, if we do have some money and there is the need, as we did with the 8th grade, perhaps we can do it even sooner with the elementary position.
Any other discussion? John?
The only question I'd have is what's the point on this one if we've got 2 elementary teachers on layoff position? I mean, if we restated the position, one of them would be eligible to be recalled because of restating it.
Part of the total package of dollars relative to numbers of students and programmatic possibility of change. Not a good choice, but it's one of the possible choices. And Brenda just said we can still reinstate that position at some point in the future, and the layoffs are that much easier to deal with.
I still just, since we've got 2 people on layoff, why would you?
Because there's actually 3 positions on the list. Well, there's not just, you know what I'm saying? There's 3 elementaries on the list, 144, 141, and 160.
Tell all of us.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, there are actually, if you look at page, 7 of your packet, there are actually 3 elementary positions on the list. One is the $60,000 position based on retirement. The other 2 are in the 40s based on layoff. So it's not just 2 positions, it's 3 positions to come up to this total amount. Does that help, John?
Good.
When it explains it.
Great.
And remember, I said that when we looked at these numbers and positions, we looked at all kinds of variables. We looked at, one of the variables was if somebody was retiring, that makes it a little bit easier. We look at class sizes, we look at building structure, we look at programs that can be combined. But we also look at the different levels. And earlier on in this evening, we were talking about all high school things. Looked like we were vacating the high school staff. Well, we've got some middle school, looking at numbers, but trying to be equitable across the board versus just focusing entirely on one area. Unfortunately for all of you, and maybe fortunately, part of my philosophy is that we have to share the burden across the district as a whole. I've said it's not a technology education school district, it's not an English district, it's a K-12 district.
Any other discussion on the motion to vacate the elementary teaching position? If there is none, everyone's ready to vote. Sue?
Kurt Eckes.
Nay.
Carrie Kaler. Aye. John Crone.
Abstain.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Abstain.
Colin Niemeyer.
Nay.
Louise Schatz. Aye. Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye.
5-2-2.
Motion carries. Position is vacated. Can we move up to number 10 and do the art position since Jean had asked to speak, and then we need to have a break. So do you want to do your recommendation for
Sure.
number 10?
Number 10, I've recommended that this particular position be posted so that we can fill the art vacancy created by the retirement of Kathy Wagner. Now, it may be that the ultimate position we fill will be a middle school one or an elementary one because staff members have a right to ask for transfers. And so it's possible that a middle school art teacher or an elementary art teacher may request a transfer to the high school vacancy. And depending on how that process unfolds, that person may be appointed to that position and we have a vacancy at one of the other levels. But in any event, this vacancy creates a circumstance relative to the number of potential students versus the number of staff members available for this level of coursework. And I really believe, and it puts a big hole in my numbers, but it's the only one I'm recommending now that we post as a vacancy.
Jean?
Okay, first of all, I have to say that I'm elated, Mr. Harrington, that you are making this recommendation, and I want to thank you for that. During the past several years, both the high school arts staff and administrators have struggled with the very difficult task of having to cut anywhere from 3 to 5 sections of art due to high enrollments in the area, even with our current art staff of 2 people at the high school. I certainly hope that the board supports this recommendation. If this recommendation passes, then there will be approximately 163 students that will be able to have art in this coming year if we stay with 2 instructors instead of going down to 1. It would mean that instead of having to cut 9 to 10 sections of art, we'll only have to cut 3 to 4. I appreciate your understanding of the value of the visual arts as a component of a well-rounded education for our students. And I feel confident that we're still trying to work together to do what's best for kids. I have to just say one more thing about the other areas, band, tech ed, all of those areas, art included. There are many, many students that do come to school for that, and everything you were saying, Lynn, about, youth options, all of that, I have to agree with everything that's being said. It's very difficult. However, I'm not going to feel guilty if you approve this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Any other discussion on this? Carrie?
I wholeheartedly agree with reposting this position. The other departments have more than 2 instructors. You lop off one of those 2 instructors, and you might as well just get rid of the art departments. The other ones can gimp along as well as they can. It'll be hard, but there's more teachers to fill in this space. My daughter loves art. I will wholeheartedly make a motion that we repost that high school art position.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Louise?
I would second it.
Do you have any further comments, Carrie?
No, at least we can do one good thing tonight.
Anything else, Louise?
The reason I would support this easily is they're turning away a lot of students, and they have a good program. So if their enrollment was down, so that maybe only 3 classes would be cut if we laid off a teacher, then maybe I wouldn't feel that way, but I support that.
Any other discussion? John?
No problem supporting this, just a little puzzled on other board members' comments about, the band positions have the same issue. There are more students that have signed up for band than will be able to offer, so I'm just not quite sure, where your logic is coming from. Arguing this way on this position, I would certainly support both positions.
Anyone else?
Just to comment on that, like I said before, there is 5 band instructors now you're down to 4. They still have an adequate...
Okay, John. Carrie has the floor.
You still have an adequate amount of teachers.
Carrie?
Sorry.
Yeah, talk to me.
You lop off one of the... that's the only department at the high school that has 2 teachers. You take one of those away, you're going to destroy the entire program. The other programs can still continue to run. English, technology, math, all those can still continue to run, even getting rid of 1 teacher, band included, not the art program. So that's why I'm supporting to repost that position and not the band.
Just a point, there's only 2 band instructors at the high school, there will be now 1. There's art teachers in middle school, that's just the point, I'm not, don't wish to argue it anymore.
Any other discussion on the motion on the table? Jeannie?
Am I still allowed to make a comment?
Well, I
Well,
guess
we're still on the issue.
I guess in light of the fact, although you did ask to speak on the issue, that I suppose since we made other rulings, we'll say no unless it's something that would be in direct answer to a question.
It would answer Mr. Cronin's question about the number of students.
In your program?
My program and band.
Do you have band numbers?
Yes, I do.
Could you
Actually,
actually-
I could give a copy of this to Mr. Cronin if he would like it.
Why don't you do the copy? Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, are we ready to vote on posting the vacancy, posting the vacancy to replace 1 FTE high school art position? Roll call vote.
Carrie Kaler.
Aye.
John Cohen.
Aye.
Brenda Maynard.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Niemeyer.
Aye.
Louise Schatz.
Aye.
Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye. That motion carries. Thank you. Anybody going to object to a short recess? Okay.
I hit the check.
Settle down. We're on recorder. We're on tape. Good.
Number 8. Number 8 is a recommendation like that of the people on layoff status, except it relates to a retiree's position. I recommend that the middle school guidance position not be addressed at this time, like the positions on layoff status, so it can be considered as the legislative process further develops. This, for me, is one of those positions that's really difficult because of the nature of way too many students nowadays and the need for significant support from guidance counselors. If this position ultimately is eliminated entirely, then we do have one guidance counselor at the middle school for 750 kids or so. Several years ago, the recommendation was one guidance counselor for every 350 to 400 kids. So we would far exceed that state recommendation. And I'm recommending that nothing be done with that position tonight, that we let it lie, see what happens with the state budget. And we have had some discussions about some possible other reconfigurations to maybe get at least half of the time back with some other things. Not great, but could be done. So we're looking at all possibilities. Some of them are real stretches. So right now I'm recommending that this one stay in limbo.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that or any disagreement with it? Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay, seeing none.
Number 9. I'm recommending that the board vacate, eliminate one FTE high school math position. This is not unlike the English position or any of the others. And we've gone round and round administratively with this, how we would deal with it. And it's going to be a struggle. But it's part of a, it's all of those different elements have been considered. It's part of a resignation piece. That there's a vacancy that's going to exist. We're not laying a person on. We've looked at altering math programming, and we know we have a big need in math. One of the ultimate struggles to make a recommendation on. That's where I am.
Will it bring the department down to?
Similar to English. Oh, pardon me.
That's okay. Go ahead, Colin. Colin asked his question. You go ahead.
Similar to English, it'll bring it down from either 10 or 11 to 9 or 10. I should have brought that list with me.
If you look on the handbook that you have the email addresses in there.
They're all scattered throughout. I've got the
It's by department.
Oh,
By
okay.
department.
Okay, sorry.
That one I can't.
Thank you. Louise.
Even though the number of teachers is high, I guess taking one off here, I see it differently than English because we are only requiring our students, unfortunately, to take 2 years of math, whereas they have to take 4 years of English. So our English department has to be a lot bigger than our math department. I hope we have a lot of students taking more than 2 years of math.
Lynn, did you hear?
Yes, I did. Looks to me like there's only 7 math teachers.
So there'd be 7.
That's next year, all right.
It's
Oh.
We'll just hold
with
the answer
Lauren.
to that question because Frank is getting.
No, there's 8. There currently is 8. There would be 7. Well, I still have a question.
Go ahead.
My question is, how many of these teachers are teaching only 5 sections rather than 6?
both last year and this year's reduction, Lynn, like I said, we will be, I'm not aware of any teachers that will have, with the exception of a social studies teacher that's going to be doing an AP Psych course where we're going to have a case of a teacher teaching 5 classes. Everybody is going to be moved to, with the reductions that were made last year with the Phi-Ed, with the social studies, with the halftime science, halftime egg, and this year with Tech Ed, with English, with math, with driver's ed / health. It's going to move that everybody's going to have 6 classes and a prep.
So everybody is?
Everybody is.
Okay. All right.
Was that your question?
Yep, that's what I needed to know that.
Just a comment that at the math committee meeting this afternoon, nobody seemed to know who was going to be teaching that algebra course next year.
Is that?
Well, part of the undetermination is that there are other positions in limbo. And until things are finalized and we review certifications and so forth, we realize that, you know, we have 2 8th grade positions that are in limbo, and we know we have that 6th grade issue to take care of, and then the domino effect just keeps coming. We are unable to make some decisions because the state isn't making any decisions on the budget, so we said, we have no answer.
It's just the course that has to be offered, and it requires a certain certification,
Yes.
and people are concerned that this person doesn't exist to fill the slot.
Well, we understand that we do have a class that needs to be filled, but it's undetermined as to how it's going to get covered at this time. We just don't have enough information.
Frank?
How many math teachers did you think you had?
I think Lynn had 8.
I have 9.
You have
Okay,
9?
show me.
Currently 9.
Belfiore, Bonneville, Broda, Corpy, Rudy, Schwintert,
Yeah,
Schultz,
but Broda's
Cordell, and Brzezinski.
This is.
Down to
Yeah, but
7.
he had-
So 9 to 7, how did we
That's
lose
the
2?
It would go from 9 to 8.
9 to 8.
So it would go from 9 to 8. Shannon Brody is the one that resigned.
Here's,
Yes.
there's the class schedule with the numbers of students.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We have 2 more.
That's 8, he said 9.
Did you
But
have
that's the
Bel-
list for next year.
Okay. Do you have Belfiore?
Yes.
Do you have Bonneville?
Yes.
Do you have Broda?
No, there's no
No.
Belfiore here.
Brunette?
Oh, you
You wouldn't have Burnett.
Okay.
Brunette.
Rudy?
Because she just, this year she's in math as a media production.
Okay.
Oh.
So that
Just
won't be-
scheduled that way.
Okay,
So
so
she's
you have,
mostly done.
you have Corpy?
So, we have 8, we're going down to 7. We don't have 9. Because you teach math then? Okay.
I took a lot of math in college.
No,
There you go.
No, we have 9, Lynn, we have 9. We're Frank.
Scratch that one. Right now,
Okay.
we have this one, look at this one.
Belfast,
That one,
Bonneville.
right now we have this one.
Yes, I
That's
know
next
that.
year's list.
I know.
We have this one,
Yes.
that one,
Rudy's not on here.
okay?
What happened to that person?
Typographical error.
What do you mean?
That it's not on here.
It's not on the email.
So,
Oh, there you
We
go.
don't know here.
so there are 9 now, it would go to 8.
9.
Okay, so we're doing 9 to 8. That would be 9, they would be reduced to 8 positions. Any other discussion on the math position?
We didn't get a
Okay,
motion.
right.
Reluctantly, I will make a motion that we eliminate that full-time high school math position, reluctantly.
Do I have a second to that?
I'll second it.
Colin? Thank you. Harry, any further discussion?
No.
Colin, any other discussion?
Nope.
Any other discussion on the position? Seeing none, then we're ready to do a roll call vote on the vacating the FTE high school math position. So,
John Crone,
Abstain.
Brenda Mamer,
Aye.
Tom Muller,
Abstain.
Colin Niemeyer,
Nay.
Louise Shutt,
Aye.
Lynn Zentner,
Aye.
Kurt Eckes,
Nay.
Carrie Kaler,
Aye.
Pat Berg.
aye.
5-2-2.
Motion carries, 5-2-2. Number 11.
Okay. This one is going to take a little bit of discussion. I recommend that the board vacate, eliminate 4 middle school department and/or grade coordinator positions. On this handout, this
Okay.
piece that I give you with that sheet on it, the back page entirely, the back page, and it shows department head grade level coordinators. 3 years ago, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the board approved approved the addition of, if you look 3 blocks down, the middle,
Let me make sure everybody's got it. Did everybody
The-
find
the-
it?
the
It's the
back
very
side,
last
very last
page
page.
of the staple piece, the very back page. Absolute back page, okay?
Okay.
Everybody with us? All right.
and the top block shows elementary grade level coordinators. The second block shows grade 6, grade 7, grade 8 applied academics, middle school grade level coordinators. That third block, middle school English, middle school social studies, middle school math, middle school science, was added by the board 2 or 3 years ago because there was some differentiation between the high school English, social studies, math, and science. You know, with some coordination there. So the middle school actually has 2 sets of department heads and or grade level coordinators that the other building levels don't have. Not that there's not value necessarily there, but it's a duplication that other levels don't have. And I recommend that one set or the other, or some combination thereof of 4 of those, be eliminated at the direction of the middle school staff and administration.
Lynn?
I guess, in all honesty, just from listening to Matt, I mean, and I will value Tim's opinion, but I'd rather keep the subject areas. I'd rather keep the English, social studies, math, and science, and vacate, or whatever you're calling it, eliminate the grade 6, 7, 8, and applied. I guess I gotta do applied. I would hope that each applied academic would be tied to a department head, just listed. List, you know, if it's face, put it with, you know, science or something. I think that could work. I guess I see it better with the way ESEA is going, instead of to do away with grade coordinators and keep subject area as middle school. But I would look to Tim.
Tim, do you have any comment?
It's a very difficult item in many respects. The middle school approach is that, you know, we do share, we share the tough decisions with all levels. $7,000, I'll give you 2 sides, $7,000 to me compared to the other staffing positions seems like nickel and diming on one hand, but the flip side of it is that it's a contribution. When we look at cuts, kind of the philosophy has been is that we share the cuts all around and so forth. Middle school is run totally different than elementary, and it's a unique difference than the high school. All I'm going to share is that the 6th, 7th, 8th, and applied academic coordinators, they coordinate horizontally, which means the 8th grade coordinator does a phenomenal job of coordinating our WKC for 2 teams. Our 7th grade coordinator coordinates all the 7th grade activities, and 6th grade, and the AA coordinator coordinates all the AA people. So that's that's the horizontalness. The verticalness is that we've got math, science, social studies, and English, which those subject coordinators go 6th, 7th, and 8th to the high school. But not only that, they also coordinate back down to the 5th grade. They bridge the curricular gap. So vertically, we're curricular. Horizontally, we look at what needs to be done with anywhere between 220 to 260 students, depending on the grade level we're in. You know, it's difficult. They're both important. Enough has been said.
Okay. Frank?
The comparable would be the elementary schools, where they have grade level coordinators, but they still have to do content. You know, they pick it up in different ways. So it's not simple. It's difficult. Different configurations.
The only thing to that is that at the grade levels, in the elementary. There's kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. Maybe I recounted wrong, but there's at least 6 coordinators there. And we have currently 8, and that would go to 4. And the high school has many. I don't know how many.
They have 4 for the content areas. They have 3 that go to the middle school with some applies, and they have more. Okay, but we have 3 that are 7, 6, 12, and we've got a bunch that are K-12. But the elementary coordinators also are across 7 buildings. So there's apples and oranges.
What do you, I guess I'm confused in your recommendation. What do you want from us?
I want you to allow the middle school the latitude to determine which block of 4 they reduce. Or give them some flexibility.
Oh.
I move to vacate for either academic, middle school academic department coordinators or grade level coordinators to be determined by the middle school staff and administration.
Do I have a second to that motion? Louise?
I will second it.
Any further comments, Lynn?
No, other than you heard what I think. I think it should be subject matter, but that's just my bias.
Louise, anything?
That's your turn.
I think both of them are necessary, and I would expect that the way they restructure both of those things are going to be included. I think it's going to be a bigger job for the people who end up doing it. And I lean toward the subject matter emphasis also, but I don't know how much that's tied to my background, so I don't know.
Any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We'll do a roll call vote. It will be to allow the middle school staff and administration to reconfigure or figure out how to vacate 4 middle school department coordinators and their grade level coordinators to make it work. Sue?
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Meyer.
Aye.
Louise Schatz.
Aye.
Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Carrie Kaler.
Aye.
John Crone.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye. That motion carries. We are moving into number 12.
Number 12, I'm recommending that the board vacate and eliminate the high school gymnastics program. I apologize for not including the policy number or reference there, but we do have a board policy that states when an activity has not been active for 2 years in succession, that activity would be vacated, and that is the case with the gymnastics program. It's the only piece right now that I'm recommending relative to the athletic co-curriculum. It's, I believe, a fairly easy mechanical one to deal with.
Only question I have, again, would be a new Title IX you hear about at the college level. Does that apply to us?
It does apply, but it's not a significant issue for us at this point in time.
So from what I'm understanding is we haven't had a gymnastics program for a couple of years.
2 years.
Okay.
Last year we allowed a number of girls who had still an interest to participate at the Y, and it ended up actually only being 1 that really was participating.
Okay.
Did we not offer that again this year, and no one
And
took
nobody,
advantage of it?
nobody took advantage of it this year.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Carrie?
No, I will make a motion that we vacate or eliminate the high school gymnastics program since we haven't had one for 2 years.
Do I have a second to that motion? Brenda?
I'll second that.
Any other discussion, Carrie? Brenda? No. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will vote to vacate the high school gymnastics program. Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Meyer.
Aye.
Louise Schatz.
Aye.
Lynn Zentner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Carrie Kaler.
Aye.
John Crone.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Pat Berg.
Aye. That motion carries. Thank you.
Number 13, I'm going to make an adjustment to my recommendation. misunderstood Pete Miller in part. Currently, the Wisconsin Valley Conference, by the bylaws of the conference, establishes individual ticket prices for students and adults. They establish the price, we don't. We can establish season ticket prices, those kinds of passes, those things, the individual ones, they do. Currently, adult ticket prices are $3, student ticket prices are $2. K through 12 student prices are $2. The athletic directors and others have been having discussions, and they're recommending, and today the athletic directors voted to change the student ticket price, kindergarten through 12th grade, to $3 like the adults. But there needs to be one more step before it becomes final, and that's 2 weeks from now, according to the bylaws, the high school principals vote on this also. And if they vote to change the student ticket price from $2 to $3, then it will become a fact for next year. So I'm 2 weeks in advance of my recommendation, but partially, because we are the only Valley Conference school, the only Valley Conference school that does not charge elementary students to attend athletic events. In every other school district, they are charged $2. And even with the camera being on, I think we should charge elementary students $5 to come to events. And I'm only doing partly tongue-in-cheek, because if you go to a football game, a basketball game, a volleyball game, elementary children are running all over the place, and their parents are downtown shopping. And we're babysitting. We are, for the vast majority of elementary kids. So at the next session, after the high school principals deal with their vote, I will firmly recommend that all of our students pay, including elementary ones, $3 an admission for every event that they go to. Because it's a real burden on our coaches, on our supervisors, on all of the people that are responsible for various kinds of events. And it's kind of a shame, but that's the reality of the fact. So I'm withdrawing this number 13 at this point in time, editorializing a little bit so that we're prepared for it. Next time, we have the ability to do other things, but right now, nothing there.
There was no increase on the adult prices?
Nope,
They're going to raise, so they'll be the same?
Both the same. That's our choice.
I wasn't understanding what you mentioned in terms of, is this a board function to authorize this, or do we does the district automatically go along with the rates set by the Valley Conference?
It's collectively done by the administrators in the Valley. It's part of their bylaws. The one caveat here is that as a school district, we don't charge elementary kids, and that's a board. We could charge nobody if we wanted to. We could allow everybody to come in free. But we can't charge more than what the Valley is authorized.
The only other thing is that when you bring it next time, I'd like to know what season passes are, and you don't have to know.
You got it.
Maybe we should just look to raise our season pass.
We'd have to divide it out to see what they look
Sure.
basic information.
Oh, it's in there, okay.
Okay, any other discussion on that before we move on? We'll see it next time. Number 14 was
14 was just an information point, because somebody had asked the question of how much money we generated as a result of our activity fees, as a result of our parking lot fees. So I gave you that information. When I've been talking with Pete Miller again, who's been at some of the recent meetings, our fees for participation are about in the middle of where the conference is. So we're not too far afield in that regard. I did find out, relative to hockey, nobody's here to talk about that anymore, but at Wisconsin Rapids, they've got a pretty good hockey team. The school district pays nothing. Each student pays this year $428 to participate in hockey at Rapids. At Marshfield, the only thing the district pays for hockey is the coaches. The students are charged fees to cover all the other costs. At Antigo, it's done differently, as they were talking about. They sell promotional things, and the Booster Club, supplies a chunk of money. So there's all kinds of variables. Mr. Koppelman and I and Mr. Miller will get back together and come back with some more recommendations on that and other corporations. And 15 is just more gibberish about the mudslide.
Any other comments on the budget before we get in?
Well, I'm just real, are we going to be, will this activity fee come to the agenda, and will we be considering raising it? We haven't raised it for 2 years now. It needs to go 25, we're just throwing it out. I'd like it on another agenda.
Okay.
And I would suggest, based on how much income we have earned with that, $14,000, we would have to double it to make a significant difference in what revenue we generate.
I know.
I don't know if we're in a position to do that.
I understand that, but I don't think that we should make a massive jump in 5 years. I think it's better to do
incremental.
Incremental. We found that out in food service.
Okay.
We'll bring that back to discussion. Anybody else? Louise?
Every sport sells tickets called All Sport. I don't understand what that is.
Some sports apparently have season passes just for their activity.
There are seasonal tickets, and then there are also All Sport tickets.
So that's what my guess would be, is that the person bought their All Sport, that's the first event they attended, possibly.
I don't know. I'm not able to answer that.
That's how I interpreted it, but that's just a guess.
We can find out for next.
We'll bring in Joy Miller.
We'll figure it out.
Minor.
She covered them all.
Any other discussion under budget reduction? Okay, seeing none, we can move on to a little happier note with some donations. Mr. Yankton.
Indeed, and in my narrative on the back of the last page of that, which is about 2 pages in, and included in the mailing were some copies of letters and material that identified a $500 gumball machine and some gumballs that was donated to the high school student store from the Johnson Pharmacy, $450 worth of parts and supplies to the district as a whole from Weaver & Sons, so many types of things. $75 from Kent and Sue Johnson of Trantos for middle school supplies, and $200 from Mark and Christy Lemerand of Pine Ridge Quick Lube to assist with field trip costs at the middle school. 4, unspecified cost of materials from Park City Credit Union for a middle school finance program. In the past, we've talked about our perceived lack of finance programs for students and econ kinds of things, and we do things to support that. And number 5, a variety of personal time and material donated for the 8th grade business project, the annual 8th grade business project. And there's quite a list of people with that on those green sheets of paper.
Since we're on TV, I think it's just those 5, maybe we should read them.
Okay, those 5. Randy Block from Block Insurance, Linda Schmidt from Bell Tower, Barb Iwan, a retired banker, John Gilgist from Church Mutual, Linda Schmidt from Merrill Manufacturing, and Mike Hornisher from Good Samaritan.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to accept these donations? Kurt.
I move to accept the donations presented with the customary bells and whistles.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion? Lynn?
I second that with also recognition and appreciation of the auctioneer, Mr. Arnie Layton.
Yes.
Any other discussion, Kurt?
Thank you.
Lynn?
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed, nay. Anyone abstaining? Donations are accepted. Thank you very much. Under board travel, we need to approve a program from April 29th that myself, Brenda, Colin, Frank attended, and John as well, although you covered yourself, okay, so you went and Kurt was asked. And then also, there are some people going to the seminar on May 3rd in Wisconsin Rapids. So I would entertain a motion to approve the April 29th Rooter Wear Seminar. Anybody wish to make that motion? Brenda?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second to that?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
It was a good seminar.
Louise?
I'm glad you went.
Any other discussion? All those, no? Money? Roll call.
Colin Emeyer.
Aye.
Louise Schuck.
Aye.
Lynn Zutner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Gary Kaler.
Aye.
John Chrome.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Pat Bird.
Aye. Then we also need a motion for school board members to attend the May 3rd Wisconsin Rapids kind of orientation session. What school board members need to know. Do I have a motion for that? Please.
I move that attendance at the May 3rd session in Wisconsin Rapids be approved for board members who are able to attend.
Thank you. Do I have a second? John? Any other discussion? Louise?
While I was in Alabama, I picked up one newspaper, and the lead story in the newspaper was a debate about some counties sending their school board members to conventions and others didn't. And the Decatur, Alabama school board president really wrote quite a good article, and it's stuff that I've been saying, so I'll say it in his voice, because you've heard me say it before. But he was talking about not cutting out the funds for that kind of education. He actually went to the San Francisco convention, but he paid part of his way, took his wife with, sent his wife to sessions, and said that he felt they were going to come out money ahead because of things that he had learned. So it was interesting that what we're talking about here and deciding, you know, can you afford this or can you afford that? It's everywhere. That was one newspaper, and it was right there.
John, any other comments?
Oh, no, I'm going, but my folks live there, so I will be describing myself, because I'll spend some time with them. Just for whoever else is doing it.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? We'll do a roll call vote, and Sue will ask you.
Louise Schuck.
Aye.
Lynn Zutner.
Aye.
Kurt Eckes.
Aye.
Gary Kaler.
Aye.
John Chrome.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Emeyer.
Aye.
Pat Bird.
Aye. That motion carries. Colin, was there someone between John, besides John, Colin, and I, that are able to go?
Oh, Brenda and I.
Are both of you going as well? Okay, great. We can talk and see about who we need. Reports.
On Monday.
No, I'm talking about
Saturday.
about the 3rd.
Pardon me?
That's okay. You're thinking of the breakfast.
Yep.
Breakfast is on Monday.
Meet
Okay.
at the arena, we don't need to coordinate that.
Okay, reports from board committee members. I don't believe we've had any committee meeting, and I have most of your sheets, and I'm sure the people I don't have sheets from will get them to me soon, because otherwise you're going to wind up on a committee that maybe you don't want to be on. Right.
And we'll postpone next Tuesday's finance committee.
Okay. Since we don't have a...
Who'd go?
There is no committee.
It's ready.
You are on it. A meeting of one. Okay, we will do that, and I'll try to get those things out maybe next week so we can start picking some dates to get the committees up and running. Lynn?
Brenda and I did go to the math committee.
Oh,
because we were
okay.
assigned, you know, to our
Sure.
board goals. And it was very good. Talked a lot about coordination between middle school and high school and algebra and pre-algebra, but also, interestingly enough, talking about another level at 7th grade. So there would be a general class, an enriched class, and an advanced class. I'm sure I'm not saying that quite right, but, and so there's quite a bit of discussion about tracking. It was very philosophical and about, you know, what's good and what's good for kids. So we'll see, we'll wait and see.
Anybody else?
I can give a very quick CISA report.
Sure.
I missed last month's CISA meeting because we were reading through applications, and at that meeting, they took a survey of members and decided that tonight would be a night that conflicted with no one. And so the May CISA meeting probably was over 2 hours ago. Yeah, was tonight. So,
but do you have some input?
I know when next month's meeting is, and I will be there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Louise. Anybody else have anything under committee? Seeing nothing, next meeting date, May 14th at 7. Frank?
Let me do that, and get your calendars out, please. Yeah, but you should always bring your calendars. May 14th is the next regularly scheduled meeting, and it should be held on that date without any need for change. However, the second meeting of the month typically would have been on the 28th of May, but on the 28th of May, we have the scheduled scholarship awards program that night, and so we looked at Tuesday night. Tuesday night, we scheduled the district retirement dinner. So we will have the board meeting on the 29th. So mark that on your calendar, 7 o'clock p.m. And we'll have lots of special things to deal with that night as well. We have site plan reviews that we do at the end of the year and new things for the new board members. I want you to look at your calendar for the 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd
May.
Of May, pardon me. We had spoken earlier about the desirability of having a retreat with the board members, especially after the election, the new board members, and the administrators, and especially with a new superintendent. And Sally is able to come any of the 3 nights, the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd. I'm recommending that you consider the 20th, because I have another event that's a possibility for you on the 19th or the 22nd.
Like what?
Like an exposure.
Oh.
So,
And that would be at the school forest, and the school forest is available all 3 of those nights, and the 20th in particular.
so you're asking for the 20th.
So I'm looking for the 20th.
Tom?
What time would you?
Well, in a retreat format, we probably would do a light meal, icebreaker type of thing, and then maybe 6 o'clock, something like that. And then spend a couple of hours going through an agenda that would entail some orientation, introductory types of things, background things, new superintendent piece in there. The administrators have been working on redefining the rubric for evaluating administrators. You know, that'll be a good thing for everybody to go through. And that'll be kind of the crux of it.
But you said start about 6?
Start about 6. We can be flexible. 6 o'clock, I think, should be decent for most people.
6 o'clock work for everybody, or does the 20th not work for people?
The 20th and the 21st, I have to be either in Madison or Oshkosh during the day for training. I believe I could be back by 6. It should be right around that time. So.
Okay, 20th is my key date right now.
I might be late for the supper, but I can be there by then.
So if we started supper at 6 or 6:30, that would give you enough time to...
It should.
And that would be good for Sally too, because, you know, she would be able to get out here.
Oh, Gary, poor Gary, she'd just reschedule.
Try and line up
And,
backup.
yeah, anybody else? So everybody is able to participate on the 20th of May at, are we doing 6 or 6:30?
Let's do, I put 6:30 down.
At 6:30.
School forest. We'll get notices out.
May 20th, 6:30, school forest. Okay, very good. That's it?
At this point in time, that is it.
Radio schedule, who's able to make it tomorrow
I'll be
besides
there.
Frank? Anybody else that can go? New members are welcome. Radio's fine. Can you go?
No, I want to go back to
Oh.
next meeting date
Shucks.
issues.
Yes. Go.
I'm thinking it was last year. We had a presentation, I think it was Wisconsin Public Service, on this energy consortium that we became a part of. And the idea was to try to save on natural gas. And I thought we talked about seeing how we did. And doesn't have to be next week, but at some point, it would be interesting to know whether that saved us money or not.
A report on that consortium, I know what you're.
We know we saved money, because I met with Greg yesterday, but he didn't give me a dollar.
Okay.
I don't remember the dollar amount, but he thought we did pretty good.
At some point, it'd be nice to
Okay.
kind of know what was
Sure.
going on with that.
Formal report.
Put that on Sal's agenda for July.
Anybody else?
That was the easy one first, didn't it?
Okay. Nobody else has anything particular they're requesting? You can give me a call, otherwise Frank and I will put together a few items that we can find.
One of the things, in addition to dealing with professional staff and budget and those kinds of things, hopefully the administrators will have finished a process of dealing with support staff layoff recommendations. That's going to be part of this overall package that we need to round out. So, be prepared for that as well.
Will that be an initial as well, but preliminary and final?
And the support staff master agreement is a little bit different. We just have to have a 10-day notice at any point in the year to provide a layoff notice, and that's in one piece.
Okay. When we issue the layoff notice, it's done. It's the layoff. I'm sorry, Brenda?
Would we have enough information to get a report on the WKCE scores by then?
Read my letter to what's her name.
I did, but I thought some came back this week.
Some has come back, but it's been embargoed, so I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do with it for a while. It's absolutely useless information. It is the most exasperating piece of garbage I've ever. How do you feel about this break? Send the tape of that.
Okay. We'll
do what we can with it.
Put it down so we can get it on. Maybe it won't be the 14th, but we'll try to get it out.
The ultimate reason you have school is to have kids learn and demonstrate their prowess with their learning. And
Eventually.
Okay. No other business? Now, I would look for a motion to adjourn into executive closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes 19.85 for N1, C, and E for the purpose of considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any staff, and for the purpose of deliberating or negotiating the purchase of public properties, the investment of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. Kurt?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Brenda, the second. One more roll call vote, please.
Lynn Zentner.
Nay.
Kurt Eckert.
Aye.
Carrie Taylor.
Aye.
John Crone.
Aye.
Brenda Mamer.
Aye.
Tom Muller.
Aye.
Colin Niemeyer.
Aye.
Louise Shutt.